Warm greetings from the high 10. It's Everyday Shenanigans. Thanks for joining me. Sorry I'm late. I was running a bit behind, but thank you for patronizing. Thank you for those who joined the last live stream today. It was a very winded live stream. I apologize for the length of the said live. I did not intend for it to go that long, because naturally people are going to want to pick at the video to get what they can get out of it. So we're just going to let them have their little fun for the little 4 hours. Anywho, thank you all so much for joining me. Have a peaceful, blessed weekend. Please stay cool and hydrated. If you see something, say something. Mind the children. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. This is a continuation of the live earlier. Hello, Joy. Thank you so much for joining me, sweetheart. This is a part 2 of the live from earlier. In that live earlier, a tuber has made allegations against a said YouTuber of appropriating funds illegally for the Summer Wells reward. And each party involved in the said email and news article, which is public information now, both end up coming on the said live. It is what it is. You're entitled to your interpretation of the said information during that live. You're entitled to your interpretation of what the parties have brought forth. The second part of this live is pertaining to what should happen to the money. Who should get the Summer Wells Reward Fund? Should it A, remain the same and have a new proprietor over the reward fund? Should there be a new reward fund? If the money doesn't remain as a reward, should it go to the advocacy group in Hawkins County? Or should it go back to the donors? And if it is to go back to the donors, will there be a record to be available for all the people to get their said money? Okay, somebody in the chat says, hold it for summer. Hello, Kathy. Thank you all so much for joining me. So where should the money go? Remain the same, new proprietor over the reward, stay at the same bank, change your bank. I also believe there might be some funny business with the bank. They have a new name. I don't know what that's all about. I don't want to make any accusations pertaining to that. But if there's something to that, we will dive into that as well. If anyone has any information pertaining to any information to why the bank name is changed. And I have something else I want to address too about the reward after I play this audio. I give you my commentary. Stay the same, new proprietor of the reward. 2, sent to the advocacy group. Or 3, sent back to the donors. Hello, Sheree. This is the latest commentary pertaining to the fate of the money. News Channel 5 is the source. Thank you for joining me.
Controversy over the reward fund for Summer Wells, that missing East Tennessee little girl. News Channel 5's Nick Barris is in the 5 Alert Center, and Nick, Summer has been missing now for more than a year.
That's right, Amy. You know, in that time, thousands and thousands of dollars have been raised for the reward fund. The question is, what is going to happen with all of that money and who will be the steward of it? And that is the object of a case that's gone before a judge. A rescue squad is asking a court to freeze the donations and take control of the fund because there are some questions about how all of that money was raised, okay? How it will be used moving forward. Now, there is more than $74,000 in the reward fund for Summer Wells. The rescue squad wants the court now to take control of the fund to handle the money just to make sure moving forward it's all handled properly. Of course, you have to keep in mind no money has been paid out because there have been no tips yet that have come forward that have led to Summer Wells. So in the meantime, what happens with all the money, it's not also, by the way, exactly clear what will happen with all that money if she is never found. So more to come on.
Okay, that's sad information coming out of the pertaining to the child rescue squad. This is News 5. I'm going to share this to my community post so you all can have verification. If you need verification for this video, I just posted it to the community board. It's about a minute long. Let's read the comments pertaining to this article. I wish that they would use the money to do more extensive searches for her remains. Another person says, thank you for covering this. Another one says, Father's love letter to you, my child. You may not know me, but I know everything about you. Psalm 139:1. I know when you sit down and when you rise up. Psalm 139:2. I'm familiar with all your ways. Psalm 139:3. It goes on. Somebody wrote I'm not about to read all them Bible scriptures. Come on now. Anyway, Dakota 63 says, at least give it 3 years. If not found, then give it to her brothers. Somebody else said that in the chat earlier. Freeze it. Summer's not being found because too many people worried about money. Find that poor little girl already. Then someone had a tear emoji, prayer emojis, and a heart. And then Deborah said yes. Yes to what, dear? What does that mean, Deborah? All right, everybody, let's chop it up. Thank you for joining me. 31 viewing. Amen. The link is in the chat. Feel free to hit the link if you want to give your public opinion on this live to where you think the money should go. I got a guest already. Here's my mod, Kinsley. Thank you so much for joining me, Miss Kinsley. Before I let you speak, I'm going to give my commentary briefly.
Okay.
The money should go A. Stay the same bank, new proprietor, stewardship. 2. Donate it to the advocacy program because it was promised to that group. 3. Donate it back to the donators. Now, with that being said, if it goes back to the donators, will there be an adequate list of those people for the remaining portion? Okay? 3 options. Donators, stay the same, but new proprietor over it, or send the money to the advocacy group because it was promised to that group. Will there be a problem with the group if the money isn't given to them? Let's go there. What if it's not given to the advocacy group? Will they have a problem? Will they file a suit, countersuit to say they want that money? They need that money because it was promised to them. Will they go all out to throw a fit, tantrum? Because right now everybody wants to be a part of this show, this $2 clown show. So, hell, why not? Okay? I want to address the remaining portion of the fund. 32,000, 40,000, whichever. What I'm trying to understand is many people in America heard about the little girl. How many? I don't know. But as I told you, there are a lot of people in the state of Tennessee that do not know that Summer Wells is missing. Even in the Knoxville, Tennessee general area, there's still people that do not know this child is missing. Real talk. So I started thinking after the live today, because that's when I do my best thinking when I'm not doing anything meticulous. If they gave back 35,000, one check was for 10,000, another check was for 25,000. It's 2 different people. They gave that money back to those 2 people, and one of those persons is a man. $10,000 owner said he will still give up the 10 if she's found. So let's push the 35 to the side and subtract. It was a total of 74. Okay. We had a YouTuber on this evening, Ms. Carlock, to say earlier rather, what their portion was left over. What their portion is what's left over. Where I'm trying to understand, if I'm counting correctly, there were no other people in the general area or around the world that sent a check to Rescue Squad and or the bank. Okay, is everybody following me? Kinsley?
Yes, ma'am, I'm following.
I can't even hear you. You're kind of low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, 74,000 was the total allegedly. 35,000 has been given back. So that's 9. The 6 from 3 is 3. At least 39,000 remaining. Something's off to me. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, like we discussed earlier, there's still money missing because Q said she sent in what, 34,000?
Q said 32.
Okay, 32,000.
Okay, so that's what the 7, 8. Okay, so let's go here. 74 total. They gave back 10 and they gave back 25. So 35 to 74 leaves 39. Carlock said she donated 32. So that leaves 7,000 in question. Okay, so that 7 would be random people by that 7 remaining, 7 to 8, whatever the number is, would be random people in the area that donated, right? Or around
Correct.
the world, let's say. That's not really a lot.
No, not really.
Except for because if one guy gave 10, that's a lot for one person. The other guy gave 25, that's quite a bit, but that's still one person. Then the rest is just random people wherever they are. Let's say Rogersville, Johnson City, and or Tennessee, and or United States. So you want me to sit here in my right mind? The way this story blew up, you take away what Carlock sent, her 32. You take away the 10,000 by one guy. You take away the 25 by another guy. That only leaves $7,000 for everybody in the pot that sent something from wherever. So that means really a lot of people didn't donate. 7,000. You understand what I'm saying? So people saying what? 20 here, 10 there, totaling up to the 7. It's very interesting. I know her microphone's acting up. Just saying, it's because the 32 that Carlock sent, I believe, that's a lot of money. Different people, donating to her, and she's sending that money in a check, cashier's check or whatever, to the bank. So that's a nice lump sum, 32. So those are 3 lump sums right there. One person sending in 32 from donations from random people. Number 2, a guy put in 10,000. His has been returned. And then another guy put in 25. That's been returned. So as I said, a remaining portion is about 7,000. So that has to be a conglomerate of, once again, assumingly different people. I don't know. It's just something about it. And I understand we're in hard times. 10, 20 here, 50 there. Added up to 7,000 from around the United States and possibly abroad. For some reason, I think, I don't know, it's just something bothering me. Like, should there have been more money raised on behalf of a little girl missing? Considering so many people have been rallying and cussing and fussing and falling out, I would think it would be more than 74,000. Hello?
Sorry, I had to log out and log back in. It was too
Okay.
spicy.
So let me ask you this. Do you think more money was raised or sent into Church Hill than the 74,000? Let's go there. That's what's on my mind right now.
I really don't. I don't think so.
Okay.
And I don't know why I feel like that. I just feel that a lot of the hype obviously came from I said a lot of the hype came from YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. All these people from YouTube trying to keep her name alive.
Yeah.
There was people, that were driving around when they were down there in Rogersville doing whatever they were doing and stating when they were going from place to place, they hadn't even heard of the little girl. That's a possibility.
So you talking about the messy boots that was on the ground?
Yeah, I'm talking about all the boots that were there. Asking around, have you guys heard about her missing? Some said yes, some said no. If it wasn't highly publicized over there on the news and TV.
Yeah,
and
I'm talking about.
Let
me address this to the people in the chat. What the point I'm trying to make is, I'm just saying, it's publicized as it has been on YouTube. I'm just saying, I would think there would have been more money than the 74,000 or so donated. That's all I'm saying to the rescue squad, because they are the ones who are over the donations. They're the ones that later took them in, and they are the ones that are standing the count. They're the ones making the count. They're the ones who are giving the count to what was donated. So that's what I'm saying. How much was actually donated to them, and then how much was maybe donated directly to the bank? Because we don't know really how much was actually donated to the rescue squad directly, because they're still counting whatever went into the bank. You understand what I'm saying? Because anybody could have went and sent a check to the bank or walked in with cash. or debit card or whatever.
My question being is, so is this whole dollar amount that was released in this, affidavit or whatever you want to call it, was that in total? Was that what was sent to Civis and what was collected by Churchill? Or was this just what was sent to the bank?
See, that's what I'm questioning right now.
Because that part was not clear.
See, that's why I tell people you always have to think about the information. See, a lot of people don't think. They talk, but they don't think. I'm a thinker. I think a lot. And that's what I'm sitting here thinking to myself. How much was actually donated to Rescue Squad, number one? Number two, how much was actually donated to the bank directly? Because if you're telling somebody, hey, the Rescue Squad is doing a reward for the child, you can also send donations to the bank directly. They're letting you know where the money is. So that way you can take it to the bank yourself if you like to. So that's what I would like to know, is how much went to the bank and how much versus went to Churchill. That's just a question I have in my head.
Yeah, they're going to have to disclose that. They're going to have to disclose at some point if that was in total.
Well, I'm sure it will.
Is that in total or is it separate? If you think about it, $34,000 was a good chunk of change that was actually donated.
You talking about the Q, a car lot?
Yeah.
It is. It is a lot of money.
Nice
I was stunned myself. That's a lot of money for a YouTuber, one single person to raise alongside.
That's incredible.
You have help with John and somebody else, so that is a nice amount of money.
Either way you look at it, good or bad.
Yes, good or bad. Exactly.
Good or bad. That's a good chunk of money from just strangers all over the world that she was able to collect and turn over. I mean, she did her part. If you think about it, she did her part. What she felt was good. Would I have done it? No, because I wouldn't want all that mess. But
Mary, what are you talking about? Some money went missing before. Money went missing from where? So that's why I hate when they text, because I have to then double back to ask you what you mean. Who are you speaking of, Mary? The bank or Churchill, the organization? Who are you speaking of? You can hit the link if you have an opinion you want to give. Oh, Lord of mercy.
I got
CHRS at Queen. Churchill. CHRS treasurer was convicted of theft. When was that? Give me a date, please. The Bookkeeper organization. What the hell? Is that the same as Churchill or no? The Bookkeeper. My goodness. When I was listening to the last live here, I had like 30-something minutes left on it. I called on the Lord so many times. I know he said, Anya, please do not call my name again in your life. You hear me? I know he did. I know he did. I know he said, will you please stop saying, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. And it wasn't trying to take his name in vain. It just, man, I had a headache.
Yeah, some people just come up here wanting to fight.
Yeah, you are very fuzzy.
I am?
Yeah, you're fuzzy.
I wonder if I should log out.
I thought it'd be better with you on the live than me trying to let you talk on the phone. Okay, I need a date. Okay, DJ says October 19, 2021. That's recently. That's recently. Did you know about that, Kinsley?
No.
Well, where are y'all hearing this from? I hadn't heard anything about a bookkeeper being well, did they get arrested or what were the charges? And where are they now? Lord, that's not good. That's not good.
Shush up.
2013, 47,000 was stolen by an employee. Okay, Brittany. Somebody said it was in the news a few weeks ago. She's on probation. Okay, thank you for the information. So that's not good. Bookkeeper stealing money. 47,000. That's a lot of money to take. Ooh. Woo. The bookkeeper. Wonder how long was she taking it? How long, what's the period? How long the duration she was stealing the money? 1 year, 2 years, 6 years?
That's ballsy.
Hey, they do it all the time. You know that.
Oh, yeah, all day long they do.
Yeah, people steal money all the time. That's nothing compared to what Madoff stole. And that's just from people giving investment money. So that's the whole point. When you give your money, you don't know where it's going. That's true. Even if it's a reputable company or organization, you don't know who will put their hand in the pot. This is the way it is. Okay, Mary says she thinks that's why people didn't donate. But that's the whole thing. If I don't know about that story, that wouldn't be a reason I wouldn't donate. If I don't know anything about that lady stealing the money in 2013, that wouldn't be a reason for me not to donate. Maybe the people in the area wouldn't donate because they would know of the story versus me. I wouldn't know of the story. See what I'm saying? I don't live there. So the people in the area maybe didn't donate because they knew of this organization having a theft problem.
Oh, they could have just walked into the bank.
Okay. Brittany says 47,000 was stolen between 2013 and 2020. Oh, so about a 7-year period. Yeah, she was getting it on. Yeah, she's paying all her bills. You got that right. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you so much. Okay, Mary said people knew they investigated. Oh, Queen said it came out right after Summer went missing. Well, if I don't think I remember the story. If it was vague. Very vague very vague to me. Okay. Thank you all for the information. So let's go there. Is that a reason why a lot of these people in the general area didn't donate more money? Because they heard of this money being missing, being stolen, rather.
That could be it. But if that theft was out of Churchill, they could have very well just walked into the bank. That bank is local.
Huh.
Or maybe let's just hypothetically say maybe some of the locals in that area just don't have, Well,
I was gonna say that you're still talking about a poor area. It's not.
Yeah.
Those people are not wealthy.
No.
In that area, it's poor people live back through there. They don't have money. Lord have mercy. I'm trying to get situated because I thought I'm gonna have to take you off.
My dog is over here, and I poured myself a cocktail, you see, in my sparkly cup, and he's trying to drink it.
He's so silly. What kind of dog is that?
He is a miniature golden doodle.
Okay. Yeah, they can't hear you good. You might have to call on the IG because you are breaking up bad.
Okay, I'll call you.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you all for joining me. This is a continuation from earlier. Oh, Lordy. Thank you, Brittany, for the donation. God bless you. Oh, Lord. What's going on with Nicki Minaj? More drama. I ain't never seen people just stay in stuff. Just all day long. It's something in the news. Now it's taking forever for it to load. Nicki Minaj's husband, Kenneth Petty, sentenced to in-home detention and probation. Well, you have to worry about him cheating on her. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you, Pretty Face. Thank you all so much. This picture's been up a little while. This picture's for at least 2 months or so. I guess that's the picture y'all talking about. Thank you. Let's get this girl on this phone. Because I can't hear on this live stream. Staticky. I hope you all can hear her here. Whew, I'm burning up. Took a shower and I'm roasting. She's not even answering. And that's not the dog that's in the picture. Or is it? I don't know. I got 62 viewing. Thank you all so much for joining me. If you want to hit the link feel free to hit the link to give your opinion pertaining to this mess. Why didn't the funds raised by YouTube didn't go directly to the bank? This could have avoided this mess with CHRS. I don't know. Who you speaking of that raised money by YouTube? YouTube who? YouTube is just a name. You mean a YouTuber? Who are you speaking of? I don't know what you're speaking of. I have no idea. Gotta verify. So I have no idea what you're saying. I know one thing. All this is a mess. Because now what's going to happen? No reward for the child at all. It's not good. It's not good at all. She did send the money to the bank. Y'all not listening. She said it in the live earlier. She made a cashier's check and sent it to the bank. Okay, Brittany says a wire transfer. Well, it's all the same. However, it went there. And look now, are you want to come in to dispute that it was sent or not? So that's why I know nobody listens to the lives. The funds raised, but now I see another comment that said the bank money went to CHS. I don't know what you all are saying. I don't know what you're saying. Hello, Beach Lady. I don't know what you all are saying.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm gonna put you over here where these folks can hear you. I guess. All right, go ahead, chop it up, honey. I'm exhausted.
Well, I was thinking, after I read your community post on where should it go?
Yeah, where should it go?
I think it should go where they said it was going to originally go. Why make it so difficult? Just donate it to where it was going to be donated to, or leave it in Summer's name. If the little girl has not been recovered, she hasn't been found alive. No remains have been found.
I think a reward should stay the same unless the people that pledge it don't, unless they want their money back. That's the only time the reward. That's the only time the reward should change is if the party that pledges don't want to, if they want to take it back.
Yeah, I don't understand what the problem is. Just leave it. There was no problem before.
And then I don't see the reason. I'm trying to see how I feel about a person wanting their money back from pledging. How do you feel about a person wanting their money back after a year or so she's not found? How do you feel? This could be about anybody. How do you feel about a person pledging money, and then after the stipulation is up, the time, like they gave a timeline, June 15, 2022, it's going to go to the advocacy program before who went meddling in that damn email. Do you think it's a good idea to want your money back? How do you feel about that? Hello, Joelle. How do you feel about that?
No, I think if you're donating out of the kindness of your heart. You really shouldn't want it back, regardless, if they even ask for it back. Look, if you're donating, let's say 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, some of these people, one person, 20,000, 25,000, you are, you probably have quite a bit of money in the bank, or you own a very profitable business, and you have that money. Most of that, all of those people that donated these large lump sums, that's a tax write-off. Why not just leave it for the cause? I mean, you did that out of the kindness of your heart originally. Yeah. So why not just leave it there.
Yeah, because the one guy with the 10, the one guy with the 10 said he will give it back if she's found.
Right. I remember hearing that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why they went out searching for, asking people, hey, you want it back? That don't make no sense, but...
I said, wait. Say that again, sweetheart.
I said, I don't understand why they went out asking that person, those two people, do you want your money back? That, to me, that don't make any sense.
They probably asked them because they were gonna have to tell them the truth about now somebody's moaning and groaning about a damn email. And they probably wanted to beat them to the punch to go ahead and tell them before you hear the news in the street that somebody's crying about how the money was raised. Do you want your portion back before it gets tangled up in court?
Yeah,
so to some degree, that was a noble thing to do, because don't you think at some point, if they had never told them that, the people would have heard it in the news and said, hey, why did you call us and tell us somebody's crying about the donations? Because I know where my money came from. Yeah, so that really was the right thing for them to do, to go ahead and tell the people, hey, there's an issue with the money. Would you like your donation back? Because somebody's crying and moaning about the money was raised illegally, some of the money. So you have an opportunity to take your money back if you like your money back.
What is really illegally?
I don't know. I know what you're saying. Do you think she just made a big deal about this for nothing?
Like, she inserted herself into something that has nothing to do with her. And she said on that live, when I asked her, why did you feel the need to get involved? Why did you insert yourself into something that was not of your concern? And she said, because people were reaching out to me. For what, woman? You don't even live here.
Yeah. This is a big mess.
What?
This is a real big mess.
Some random people, and these people are gonna bitch and complain to a woman that lives overseas.
But that's what people need to stop doing, is putting these YouTubers up on a pedestal. You're not supposed to be idolizing a human being anyway. It's in the scripture. And people need to stop doing that. You're running, crying and moaning about stuff because of how something was done. And then she takes it upon herself to get this mess crunk. It is a mess at this point. It is a total mess. Because what's going to be messed up is if people start going in that court that donated money to Q and however to the bank or however it goes, and they start bickering and moaning about my portion and I got to show you a receipt, it's going to be horrible. And she ain't thinking about none of that.
No, and I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, if Q and John really raised the $34,000 some odd dollars, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what was in fact sent to the bank. I hope these people feel like a bunch of assholes, because there may be no fraudulent. There may not be any,
And how's she gonna feel? And how is that other person gonna feel if it is nothing coming about towards Carlock? Because like Carlock said during the live, she doesn't think that there's going to be any ramifications or any any investigation into her and the money. They just want to give the money to whomever, and that does seem to be the focus of the article. They just want to give the money to the rightful person.
Anything. It says nothing about her being investigated. It says nothing about them wanting to audit her book. It doesn't say any of that. So I don't understand what she thought.
Why would somebody listen at this? Listen at what that means right there. Why would somebody be audited for donating money?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
It's not stolen. You only do an audit. You only do an audit if something's missing.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like your taxes, you get a tax audit because perhaps you didn't pay, you didn't claim all your income. That's when you do an audit.
I don't know what that woman's thinking is going to transpire, and
she just open up a can of worms. That's what she's done. She's opened up a can of worms. That's what she's done. Like I said, if there's any wrongdoing on her part, on Q's part, that should be between the people that donated to her.
Yeah, that's not.
That should not be between somebody else.
She inserted herself into something that was not of her. a busybody.
And cussing and fussing and hollering and screaming. And I thought, man, you better get on somewhere with all that. Because let me tell you, Queen ain't been in the best mood lately either. I think I held out as long as I could during that live.
Yeah, well, I mean, still, you were really respectful to her. In a sense. You were just nervous.
Because you're getting louder and louder and louder. I already said that to you. I already told you. And I'm looking like, no, I'm asking on behalf of my mod. Yeah, I already know what you told me, but the mod is asking you why you did what you did. I heard your version, so I'm just repeating what the mod is asking.
Yep, I
was tired of hearing it.
I hadn't been home yet.
Well, I was tired of hearing it, quite frankly.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Because my thing is, what's the end all now?
Well, I have a feeling they're just going to go into court and they're going to ask her, what do you want done with it? And she said, she's going to tell them to keep it and please leave it in Summer's name. If not, send it to who you originally said you were going to send it to.
Yeah.
Call it a day.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Call it a day.
Lord,
I don't know why these people are fussing around. Like, how much money did these people that are complaining donate? Are we talking $20, $30? Are we talking a large lump sum? Because if it's a large lump sum, you're stupid. You could have sent it in yourself and got the tax write-off. It's a hot mess. And, like I said to you earlier, why didn't the bank keep record of, like they said, we don't have record of who donated what. Well, why not?
And that's a mess too.
Like, who does that? You're a financial institution.
So let's go to that. Has the bank done something? Has someone in the bank put their hands in the pot of the Summer Wells reward?
It's possible. Because I thought, for instance, like, let's just say one of our bank accounts gets, hacked or something, right? And it's FDIC insured. I thought, like, you had to have record of, deposits and damn well
a bank has to have a record because they are in the business of dealing with other people's money. So you have to have a record of every transaction, what I took out the bank, what I put in the bank, what I put on hold, everything.
That's why it doesn't add up to me. That's what I'm saying. How are they going to say we don't have record of who sent what? If that bank is
maybe they mean listen.
Insured,
maybe they mean the money that was sent to Q, that Q took the cashier's check or however she sent the money. Maybe that's what they're talking about. The money from Q Carlock. They don't have all the people that sent the money to her.
That's possible too. Because if it's the other way around and they don't have it.
Yeah, other donations. Yeah,
that's
right.
a real big problem.
Yeah. So that's why I asked the question. How many other people donated directly to the bank? Not Q's money, not the guy with the 10,000 and not the 25,000. Different people. The 7,000 to 8,000 that's unaccounted for with no names. Where did that money come from? And one person, 2 people, 20 people, 30 people. Because see, that is the question. So that leads us to think there's something off.
Because if it comes out that they personally, the bank, does not have that, then that's a major problem.
Yeah. Or somebody fudged something. Somewhere. Yeah. 8,000.
That's odd.
Yeah.
You can't.
Somebody stole it. Let's say somebody stole it.
Lord.
Because they thought the people never going to come, ask for the money back. It's just donated money. Possibly they stole it. I don't know. Interesting. Very interesting. Lord have mercy. Somebody said the problem is the cash donations made directly to the bank according to the petition. Well, see, that goes back to what we're already talking about. If you made it by cashier's check, a cash money order, or your own debit card, however you did it, or you told them to deposit out your own money, it doesn't matter because they had to have given you a receipt. You think I'm going to go in the bank and say, here's $20 for a reward for Summer Wells. They're supposed to give you a receipt. Any transaction done in the bank, you get a receipt back. I don't care what you're doing in there. I don't care if you're going in there and get $10 worth of quarters. You get a receipt back that them $10 of quarters came out of your account. So you're not going to make me believe somebody went in and donated money but in cash, and you didn't ask the bank for a damn receipt back. Why would you not do that?
I was listening to another creator's live a few weeks ago, and this was a topic, right? This was a topic about who donated what and how much of this and that. Well, there was people that came up on her panel, and some were saying, yes, I mailed in a check and I got a receipt. And somebody else said, a couple people said, I mailed in a check and I didn't get any receipt.
Well, it doesn't matter. So long as you sent a check from your bank, the bank knows who cashed it. So there's a record regardless.
There's a record. I would hope that you would keep the tab of your money order.
Hey,
you have the back of your
doesn't
check.
matter. You still don't have to. You still don't have to. Your bank has a receipt of what the hell went out of your account.
Oh, yeah,
right now, when you call the bank and say, I need you to tell me what was taken out on Thursday. She or he's going to go on the computer and say, you wrote a check for this, you wrote a check for this, this was deposited, this was taken out, date, time, and all. So no, you don't got to keep no receipt. Your bank has a receipt.
Well, what about those that don't have a bank account and they go to their local convenience store and buy a money order?
Then you are stupid not to keep a damn receipt of the stuff.
Exactly.
That's on you.
Yeah, that's what
You always keep a receipt. I don't care if you bank or not. You always keep a receipt of a money order or a check. If you don't have a bank account, you know you definitely have to keep all your receipts for money orders.
Everything. Every receipt everywhere. I keep it all. I keep my old checkbook. I keep all that. I'm old school.
Mara, the bank name has been changed to Thread Bank now. It's no longer Civis Bank. I do not know why the name has changed. I don't know if it's because of the poor area. Somebody had, I don't know. You have to go call them and ask them why they changed the name. But the name of the bank has been changed, ironically. That's just something else for us to question. With all this mess about a damn fundraising, now the bank now the bank name is changed. Oh Lord mercy. I give up. I swear I give up. You can't make this stuff up if you wanted to.
No, this is a whole mess.
Nobody in their right mind would say, what's going on YouTube about that little girl missing and yada, yada, yada. He said, she said, and now it's an issue with a bank taking money to a damn court to ask the judge what to do with a damn reward money. I have never heard that in the 51 years I've been living. Ever, ever, ever.
Yep, it's a nightmare. That's for sure.
I've never in my living life ever heard of no foolishness like this pertaining to a person missing, older or younger.
Welcome to 2022.
I've never seen anything like it. It is just outrageous, man. It's just outrageous. Well, we'll see what happens.
About 4 weeks of the local paper.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if that bank has had their dirty hands in that money, ooh-wee. Why somebody from the UK is worrying about Q car lock, you might need to be worrying about the damn Civis Bank. How about that?
You killed me.
Since you know everything. about what we do in America. Why don't you call the bank? Since you like sending emails, go send an email over there to Thread Bank and ask her, why you change your name?
Yeah, she should have a long list of questions she needs to start asking the bank about that. Ask Churchill, how much did they collect? How many people?
Yeah, that's what she do. She like calling people and worrying people. That's what she should do in her spare time when she's not picking her children up from school. Go call Civis Thread Bank and say, why did you change your name? When did you change your name? Where's the remaining $7,000, $8,000? Who donated that $7,000, $8,000? Oops, I forgot. You don't know who donated. Sorry. Just go call the bank.
All it is. Cause and trouble.
Lord have mercy. Poor Summer. She's just another one to me. Just didn't have a chance.
Nope, never had a chance.
Lord have mercy.
Her brothers
it is sad. I never thought in my life that this is what will come from children missing. This behavior here. Just utter nonsense all day long. Monkey on, monkey off.
These people on YouTube, most of them sit and fight each other. They don't like one makes more money than this.
Because this is what they do. Because this is what they do in their personal life. When the camera not on, the phone ain't on. This is what they're doing at home with their friends and their family and acquaintances. Fussing, cussing, showing out, falling in the floor, whining, their pamper wet. That's what you're doing. You have to.
There is so much more to life.
Because there's no way you can tell me you have a decent whole life outside of YouTube.
Well, no,
there's no way you could have a whole life. There is no way.
Most of them don't
There is no way. There is no way. I would have to see it for myself to believe it. There's no way you could have a full, thriving life and you act like this up here. Morning, noon, and night. There's just no way you have a full life.
That woman said, I can't come to the U.S. because I'm a single mother and I have a child. Well, what makes you? How do you have?
No, that's not it. She don't have the funds to come here.
Oh, okay.
She don't have the funds to come here.
You sure have the funds to pay that internet bill and write your email.
Okay. Girl, I'm not fooling with you. I'm not fooling with you. Thank you all for joining me. If you'd like to hit the link is in the chat. If you want to give your opinion pertaining to where you think the money should go pertaining to the Summer Wells Reward Fund. As most of you know, there is a big mess stirring pertaining to the money. All because Churchill Rescue Squad received the email. And now this is a legal matter that's going to go before a judge to decide where the money should go. So I said, A, should the money remain the same in Summer Wells' name as a reward and be given to another proprietor? Number 2, should the money go to the advocacy group that it was promised to? And number 3, should it go back to the donors? Please go to my community post to give your said commentary and weigh in if you'd like to answer the poll that's on my community page. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $ Big Angie 129 Cash App. All super chats and stickers are welcome during the live. Thank you so much for joining me. Lord have mercy. I don't know. You just ask yourself, like, what in the world? What else could happen? It's just look, it's still Thursday. What in God's name could happen before Sunday?
An arrest, I hope.
Oh, of whom?
Somebody, anybody. We need somebody held accountable for
what?
This little girl missing. Whether she's
good luck with that.
Deceased. Yeah, I know it's not going to happen. I don't think. I just have a feeling this is not going to be solved anytime soon.
Sad, man. So sad.
Got a little girl missing. Her brother's removed from their home. Daddy's locked up. And the mama is, God only knows.
And folks arguing about a damn reward. How about that?
Uh-huh. Oh, and then the aunt's coming out claiming SA 20, 30, 40 years ago. This whole case has brought out some of the craziest crap I've seen yet.
Yeah. There should be a thriller poster.
Yep.
Possibly at the end of the driveway of the Wells house, but this is just bad, man. This is so bad. So bad.
I just hope the crazy woman in the UK
Well,
lets it go.
Hopefully she's satisfied. You're satisfied now. This is what you wanted. You're satisfied with what you've accomplished.
Yeah. You went stirring the pot.
You can't go back now. Can't go back.
Stirring the pot to something she does not believe in, she said.
What do you mean?
Don't believe in it. She don't ever donate. She says she doesn't believe in donating.
That might be the reason why she's doing this, because she's not the type to donate. She doesn't have any trust in people in general. I think really she was telling on herself about how she feels about the world, and she doesn't trust people.
Well,
She doesn't. You know, well, we know that, but I think she was telling you basically how she feels about herself, her dealings with people, or she doesn't trust people, you know.
Yep.
So, like she said, I got to see where the money goes. So therefore, I'm not giving anybody any money. You know, my thing is in certain instances, I can see not giving money to certain things, certain people. But there are some good organizations out here that are in need of funds. You know, in need of certain things, you know, toiletry items, money, such as Red Cross. They do a lot of good deeds in our country, the Red Cross.
Oh, yeah. A cancer society.
Yeah.
St. Jude's. I mean, there's
so my thing is, if you start to hear something fishy going on, then yeah, it needs to be addressed naturally. But that's the thing about life. There's always going to be somebody that's going to have their hand in a pot. I don't care what the organization is. I don't care where it is, what it's about. Man is flawed. Man, woman is flawed. It's just the way it is. Oh my God, Mary's talking about Don coming home to an empty house. Jesus Christ.
That's if he even has a house.
Well, I tell you what, if he doesn't have any money saved up and he gets out, let's just say next year, his house will be horrible. And that house will be overgrown with rats, possums, and then you don't got no running water on, heat on. He got to now find a way to pay all that stuff and turn it on, because naturally, if she's not there to pay it, that stuff's going to be turned off. See, that's another thing nobody's talking about. All that, you know, that's not a part of his life, but imagine him getting out of jail next February, January, February. He comes to a house vacant that's overran with God knows what, rats, possums, all that, inside, outside, no water, no heat, no nothing. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, he's going to have to pay all the back pay just to get the stuff turned back on.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're right. You're going to have to pay a turn-on fee, another deposit to turn your lights on, your water on, your gas on. Somebody to come in, cut the high grass and all that. He gonna be in bad shape. But hey, what's good for the goose? Because you were out here in the street and you could have been living cohesively. You and your wife could have been raising your children properly, but you all chose not to. So I don't think many people will be feeling sorry for anything pertaining to the house being in shambles when he gets out. Because there's no telling where the hell Sugarfoot gonna be. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, I wonder where she is now.
I don't know.
1 minute she's like on, she's on the YouTube patrol all over YouTube, and the next minute she vanishes.
Somebody said Tim Mullins was his go-to guy. He will be responsible. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Tim will be long gone. Then somebody still has to pay to cut your grass. Nobody's going to cut your grass for free. What a mess.
We're gonna need to bulldoze that.
Well, I hope he paid. Look, I hope he paid his taxes this spring.
Yeah, he's gonna have overdue taxes too. He's gonna have liens on that property.
What a mess. Esley says I don't feel sorry for either of them. No, I don't either. 82 viewers, thank you for joining me. Most of you know the latest gossip pertaining to the reward fund. It's going to court. Where should the money go? Stay the same. A new proprietor over the Summer Wells reward? Should it go to the advocacy group or should it go back to the donors? And was all that money, was that the total amount of money raised for Summer Wells, $74,000? Was there more? Maybe we don't know about it. What's the issue with this bank? Is there something illicit with the bank? Just asking. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion pertaining to this debacle, pertaining to the Summer Wells reward. Money's going to court. Should somebody have intervened and put their nose where it didn't belong? Do you all feel like what she did was right or wrong? Hit the link.
We should have just kept her ass out of it all.
Well, it's too late now. Can't go back. Can't go back now.
No, I have a feeling she just opened up a very large can of worms.
Well, see, if you don't care.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So she don't care. She's not sitting here worrying about the ramifications of this reward fund. She feels like what she did was right. She's accusing this woman of breaking the law. She doesn't care. She feels like she broke the law, and that's her opinion. It is what it is. Huh?
She has nothing better to do to sit and research and watch and gossip.
But let me tell you something. She lied during that last live because I had to go back and listen to the live. When she first said, I don't know what transactions Q made in her bank account. I don't know how much she actually made. I don't know if she put it in her pocket. I don't know any of that. But then yet you telling me to go watch a video because that's where your proof is that she and Mr. J was soliciting people to send money to her. So you contradicting yourself. Because 1 minute you telling me to go to your channel and watch the videos to show the proof you got. 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever. But then at some point in the live, you're saying, well, I don't know how much money she took in. I don't know if she pocketed any of the money. Well, but that's not what you're saying when you tell me to go look at the live. And that's where the proof is. So you're contradicting yourself. You're acting like you know for sure. You're saying for sure, you know, Q Carlox did this illegally. And that also Jay, he's culpable to some degree. But you don't know how much she took in or if she put any in her pocket. But you know the fundraising itself, let me clarify that. You know the fundraising itself was done inappropriately because she was telling people to go to bring the money to her and not to the what am I trying to say? The oh Lord. To the rescue squad and or Civics Bank. Hello, Brittany, how are you? Brittany. Lord. She up here ain't saying nothing. Unmute yourself, Brittany. Brittany. Gigi, I'm not going to watch anything. I don't have to. You have something you want to bring to me pertaining to an allegation against another human being, you should have all that ready off your tongue at the time of joining the live stream. I'm not going to fish for nothing. I shouldn't have to. You're going to accuse somebody. You're going to accuse somebody of something and you don't have none of this readily available to play. Think about that for a second. Then you say, oh, I've been through all the lives, hours and hours and hours. You should already have that time stamped somewhere already in your phone. So you can play it readily when somebody asks you, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to go waste my time and watch her.
That's my point. That's my point. You should already have the information readily available. Why should I have to go watch hours? You're telling me, oh, I've been doing this for 5 weeks. I've been studying this and studying this and studying the marathons. So what makes you think I want to sit here and watch a fucking 10-hour marathon? That's what's the purpose. That was the purpose of her. But that's the purpose of her coming up to tell me and or play whatever she had. Why should I have to go look for it? I don't feel like that's my job. It's not my job.
That she should have been like, it's on this video, let me play it, it's at this time, and the clip is.
A Marine says nobody should receive the award. Amanda Cox, who are you addressing about the Brits? I know you're not talking to me. I know you're not talking to me because you that allegation, you need to take that somewhere else and get out my chat. Because you're definitely not talking about me making why being nasty about British people. I can say what I want to say. This is my channel. It has nothing to do with somebody being from the UK. The point is, you are from another country. You are from another country meddling. You're meddling in something that's over here.
She does not know our law. She's not a tax-paying citizen. She did not donate. She inserted herself. That has nothing to do that comment or any comment made about her has nothing to do with British people. The point is, you're not a U.S. citizen, and you are meddling in something that nobody else was complaining about. One or two people mad at this Carlock person because they're beefing with them on a YouTube level. But the point is, the citizens who donated the money, they're the ones that should have a problem with Carlock, not anybody else, British or not. Let me make that clear. Crazy bad. It doesn't have to do with her being British.
I wouldn't give a damn if you was from Arabia. I'd say the same thing. You meddling. Because in the end,
I don't even know.
It's up to a judge to decide. This is not even a criminal case. Let us make that clear. This is not a criminal case. This is not a criminal case. This is somebody that decided to poke their nose into something that didn't concern them. And the Churchill people made the decision to say, we're going to bow out. So let's talk about that. Why did they bow out? Churchill.
Not me.
Brittany.
Hey, can you hear me?
What is going on with you and this phone?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, Brittany.
Okay, sorry.
Oh my God.
That is one of my things I'm really confused on. Is I'm confused of why it's even in question. It said all along that it would go to the Child Advocacy Fund. It said that at 6 months.
It's all in question because of a nosy Parker. That's why. No matter what you think of Q Carlock and all that mess, the point is when she went snooping, that's when those people backed up and threw their hands up about the money.
They didn't want no part of that.
Because you don't know how many times she sent the email. Listen, you don't know how many times that girl sent an email. You don't know how many other people was sending emails. Stay woke now.
Oh, no, and I'm sure there were tons. I'm sure.
Exactly. You don't know how many emails went into that damn rescue squad complaining about Q Carlock and other people. And those people said, forget this. We're going to bow out before it be some more drama. Because if it's true that somebody stole money from that organization before, they don't want no more problems.
Yep, that's exactly what my thought is. That once that stuff started happening, that had to be wide from the previous allegations that have happened.
Open up another, can of worms with this organization dealing with funds, because that's all these people need. They're never going to trust us if they start hearing, negative things about us. See, people are not. That's why I tell everybody, You're not listening to the bigger picture. These people have already had a problem with theft. Now here comes somebody putting their nose into something, stirring the pot. These people are saying, well, let's throw our hands up. Let's take it to court because we don't want nobody thinking we stole anything. We put our hands in anything. Nothing. Even though it's not allegedly about them. It's about this YouTuber allegedly rallying and funding illegally. Let this person from the UK tell it.
I'm reading the chat right now. It says someone said that Q refused to refund her when you emailed her. When was that? While the reward fund was still going on, or after she had sent in money?
Well, Audrey, Q has been in the live already and said she was not refunding anybody money months after the fact because the bank had already cashed the check into the account. So she wasn't about to go in her. She wasn't about to go in her own account, her own pocket, and send you or nobody no money back when she already sent the check to the bank. That's what she said today, earlier in the live. So my thing is what I've already said. If you have a problem with anything that happened with Q Carlock, you should have took it up between her or the legal system. Well, my thing is this. Since you have a problem, why don't you hit the link and explain yourself? Because I'm not getting ready to do no texting back and forth. I'm not doing that.
I don't know if like this woman's saying, why didn't you show her books? Well,
she said she already showed the people that wanted their money back. She said she showed their first name or she showed their last name. As not to give away their entire government name.
That's true.
So I'm gonna take it face value that she did that.
I saw those videos. That's true.
I'm not in her pocketbook and I'm not in her account. If a judge wants to open up any type of investigation pertaining to her, that will be up to the judge and the state's attorney's office. I don't have anything to do with it.
And I mean, another thing is I donate. I'll say I donated during that when she did it. I donated to her. I can see it all in my Cash App, whatever else. But everyone was aware of how it was being done when they donated. So it even really kind of confuses me that anybody would want a refund.
Well, she said because of another tuber is when people started coming in.
Oh, no, that's true. I watched that too.
So she said a certain person started bitching and moaning about the funds. And so that person was telling other people, go get your money back. And they decided to take it upon themselves after listening to her to go get their funds back. And she said she did give the money back. But anything later in the year, such as like November, she didn't give them a refund because she already wrote the check and they cashed the check into the account. That's her version.
And I think a lot of people's main issue is maybe not even necessarily the lady that filed the complaint, is they didn't see every single Cash App that came in. So it's possible, let's say she, I don't know, took in $40,000.
Yes. Mary has the best comment in the house. No one was forced to donate. Bingo.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mary. Nobody told none of you to send that girl your damn money.
Nope.
At the end of the day, everybody's fault.
You made your own sound choice to send that woman money or anybody else that's asking you for GoFundMe money or any other organization. That is your discretion how you use your funds.
And me personally, once I donate, it's not for me to worry about whether you use it like you were supposed to.
Oprah once said that. Let me give you the great words of Oprah Winfrey. When I give you something, what you do with it is your business.
Yep.
I'm not getting ready to judge what I heard. Nobody say you did with the money. But don't you come back asking for no more once I've given you a lump sum. Shut your mouth.
I mean, if that's the case, I would never donate to anything. I mean, But
that's the point.
Yep.
Because you know that somebody's always going to be in charge of any type of organizational funds. And it's always going to be somebody that has access to the money. That's just life. And it's always going to be somebody that's going to take the money. People steal every day. from a little corporation to a big corporation. So that's on you that you decided to give your money to a YouTuber. You knew about the Churchill Rescue Squad and you knew about Civics Bank. That's a personal choice that you gave that woman your money.
I want to know why Audrey is saying that she's got her proof, so I don't need to explain anymore. So
well, you must want to explain. You in the chat talking. My thing is this. Don't come in here getting right with me about your money. Because in the end, the newspaper has told you where to go to file any grievances about your donation. So you need to take it up with the Rogersville News. They are putting a public notice in the newspaper, and you are free to go in there and put in your grievance with the state of any money that you donated to the Summer Wells Reward.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but if you feel that your money was not donated, that would be a civil suit that you would need to take up with Q Carlock. It wouldn't even involve the rescue squad and Civics Bank, correct?
Correct.
And where's Audrey located? How about that?
But I want to know, Audrey, what is your issue with the donation? Were you wanting a refund?
I'm taking a break because my ass is itching right now. How about that? I've never seen people argue about stuff when the people in the news have told you what to do if you have a complaint about any donations.
And sadly, this is why a lot of people don't like to.
You want me to sit here and decipher a random stranger in the chat that I do not know on believe what you're saying when I don't know you. I don't know Q Carlock. I don't know that critical person, and I don't know you. And I've said this 1,000 times pertaining to all this drama. Nobody knows anybody. So you're just taking people at face value what they're saying is the truth. So somewhere in this story, what is the truth? You understand what I'm saying? And everybody wants to get an attitude about what somebody should or shouldn't believe. This is not my problem. I just brought you all the information. I told you are entitled to decipher it how you see fit. I've told you where to go if you have a complaint pertaining to the donations. So why be in this chat talking about that woman when you can go to her and say, ma'am, I want my money back?
And how much are you fighting for? Like, did you donate thousands, hundreds, $5, $10? You pissed because of what? What are you bent out of shape about? You mad because you're not sitting in front of her and seeing an Excel spreadsheet? Are you mad because you think she dipped her hand in it? What? Why are these people so bent out of shape?
I don't understand. Because my thing is, everybody in here should be over the age of 18. So you should know, have a little common sense about your pocketbook. And as Mary said, nobody forced nobody to give their money to Q Carlock. So therefore, why is this even an issue in the chat when you can just go to Q Carlock and ask her, hi, I'd like my money back. That's it.
And honestly, if it went down like Q says it did, and I watched, but there are some things that can't be verified, she ended up coming out of her pocket if what she says is true. Like I said, I have no idea. I don't know. I know I gave with the good intentions, that it would go to the right place. I gave out the goodness of my heart, knowing that she's an Air Force veteran and that hopefully she was doing.
Brittany, you testifying up here on my everyday shenanigans.
Well, I'm just being honest. I'm just asking, baby. She is an Air Force veteran, and don't get me wrong, there are lots of crazy people in this world. You never really know anybody. I get that.
If anybody in Vegas, because they're behind us in hours, Q Carlock,
3 hours.
If you are available for consultation, please hit the link because somebody has a problem with you and they want their money back. So if you'd like to address her, feel free. I am getting ready to take a quick break. You ladies chop it up because I'm old.
And I think it's really, I hate that people's real names have been put out there. I think that's horrible. At the same time, you have to admit that, yes, when Q decided to do that, that did, kind of put her on the line that it was possible that her name could come out. So whatever. I just hate that it's really came to that. It's sad. It's just another shitty thing on Summer's name. And that's why I feel It just needs to go to the Child Advocacy Fund. I really do not believe that there's anyone that will come forward. It doesn't mean they're going to stop working on Summer's case. It doesn't.
No, it don't. It don't at all. I do believe, though, that they foreseen a mess coming their way, and that's why they just went
I heard
to the
you
court.
bash from every single angle, and it was such that her race made her ghetto and a thief. Mary, I've never heard anything like that.
Yeah, Kiki, you're right. It was all her. None of this is even worth fighting over.
It's really not. It really doesn't even matter.
I can understand these people being up in arms that she would have said, I want the money back. Okay, yeah, then everybody has the right to be, up in arms. But she didn't say that. She didn't say she wanted.
And Laura, if the money does go back to the donors, that's going to be an even bigger mess, because I don't know how that would even work.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be.
Hopefully she walks into court and just says donate it or keep it in Summer's name, please. If they say no, then she says donate it to the Child Advocacy Center and call it a day. That's it.
And I agree, that's what should happen. And they're actually listed on the information that was filed to the court, which is interesting. So, which makes me wonder, were they expecting the money? It's just odd that they're listed on the court document. Yeah, the Child Advocacy Center.
Earlier. I bet you, I think you just said a minute ago, I have a feeling also that that's why Churchill turned it over to the court, because they already had fraud,
Yep.
before, and they don't want all of that to come back out again.
Yeah, because if you Google it, it comes up immediately. You can read exactly what the lady supposedly spent the money on and all that kind of stuff. So, but it is my understanding that Churchill Rescue Squad should not have accepted any payments at all. All payments should have been made to Civis Bank. Like, I don't even think they shouldn't accept a check if it was mailed there. Now, it's possible if someone mailed a check there, they maybe would have taken it to the bank.
Weren't they the ones orchestrating it? The rest of the reward, they're the ones who started the reward.
But why open up an account at Civis Bank in Summer's name as a reward fund? They should have just directed all donations go to the bank. Period. Eliminate themselves.
Well, listen to what somebody says in the chat. It really don't matter at this point. It's stupid to even argue about it. You're right. Because that's what you have to tell yourself about arguing about certain things. I've learned in life that there's just certain things you have no control over. You can bitch and moan, be angry for a while about something, or you can be angry for infinity. But the people that you're mad at, they don't give a damn. How about that? No, they've moved on. When they did whatever you think that they did wrong, let's just say that for the record. They've been there, went on. And you walking around mad, want to beat up people and cuss and shoot and cut. Them folks ain't thinking about you being mad, because that's how the world is designed. So that's why
you're so right. I can't remember the date of the email that I read that they attached to the information, but it was this year, the email that they attached or whatever to the court filings. The fact that person was still even thinking about that is crazy to me. And clearly, it's not like Q Carlott got gone. She's still here.
Again, she didn't have to turn any of the money in. If she was an A1 crook, Civis Bank wouldn't have got a damn dime. Think about what you all are saying. That's why I keep trying to tell people, you all don't think. You talk, but you don't think. A real crook would have put a damn dollar up in that damn bank. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
There's different levels of a crook. One crook might say, I'm going to take a portion and then I'm going to donate some. Then you got one that says, well, I'm going to take all of it. It don't give a damn if they cry and moan and complain and email and go on somebody's channel or my channel and say, I need a receipt or this and that. See where I'm going?
And throughout the marathon that they did, she gave hourly updates. So it wasn't just like random totals came out of nowhere. She would give an hourly update of like what she had gotten and think. Now they did ask for no super chats, but some people would still send them.
I know some folks that as soon as it hit the Cash App and the PayPal, you've been talking to yourself.
Exactly.
You've been talking to yourself till you were blue in the face because you wouldn't have got a response.
Yep.
Well, I sent them I sent them some money through Cash App or whatever it is, PayPal. And the police would have said, why you do that? Well, because I was donating to the Summer Wells, reward. And they would say, well, you do know that there's a bank. Shut up, Queen.
Right, and anyone that was unsure about how she was doing it, I mean, same for me. I could have mailed a check. Honestly, I don't have checks. I don't ever use them. So, I mean, I could have mailed a check if I had one, but it was more convenient. And I think that's why it actually ended up, raising quite a bit of money. It was a pretty amazing thing, actually.
Mary says put it back in the county because they don't have no money. That's what I'm saying. I'm sure there are a lot of things that money could go to use for, but I also think it's deservingly right to keep it for the little girl because that was the original intent. That was the original intent. So it's like up in the air what to do with the money. Oh, so Brittany, I'm going to ask you, where should the money go?
Honestly, I feel like at this point to the Child Advocacy Fund, I truly do not believe I don't think Candace and Don are coming forward, and those are the people that I feel that are responsible, one of them.
Okay.
And I feel like there's so much drama around this whole.
So there's no need in worrying about a reward when the money is on the parents did something to her.
Right, and I didn't necessarily feel that way at the time. I mean, even if it could have been someone random that had seen the parents do something. Right. But at this point, I don't feel... I mean, it's just another part of drama to the whole Summers case, and just give the money to where you said it was going to go. I mean, because at one point, to start with, I want to say the reward fund was only supposed to be 6 months, which I thought was
what somebody in the chat said. I don't use checks, and Civics did not have an online donation feature. That don't make no sense. Why not?
Maybe she's saying that's why she donated to the marathon.
Well, and
okay,
yeah,
let's go there. Why would they not think that people around the world would not hear the story? And you gave the information to the bank, so that would make no sense. That would make no sense for the bank to not have a feature where you could donate the money. See where I'm going? Online, because everything's done online.
And they didn't.
Everything.
They didn't.
Don't you find that strange? Oh yeah. So you know that's got to be the next video then.
Yep. It literally. I want to say that the Churchill Rescue Squads. They have a Facebook page, and I want to say it said checks had to be mailed. Like there was no other option.
Yeah.
Which I think is where Q came up with the idea.
But it's still strange in a day and age where all we do is use apps and the website for every damn thing. Come on now. Everything I agree. This week was through a damn app and a website. Everything I touched this week.
I agree.
So I find that very strange that you would not have a portal to go on a website to donate to the fund.
Yeah, because when you broke it down earlier and said only $7,000 was donated, excluding.
You're a legal bank, and this is a legal organization, and you're going to tell a person you can either A, take your money to the rescue squad, or 2, take your money to the bank. So why would you think people around the world will hear this story and just assume they're going to send a check when a lot of people don't have checks? People use their debit card. So there's something off with that. There is possibly some hanky-panky going on with that bank. That's why their damn names changed. So while you all are worrying about Q-Lock, you might be worried about this damn bank. Could it be bigger than? I said Q Lock. I done shortened it. Q, Miss Q. No, I'm being serious because this might be more than what people think.
It can end up being very sinister.
Yes, thank you. That maybe there's something more to you all thinking this woman scam people. Who's to say this ain't really? This is more about that damn bank.
The bank in Churchill. Who really collected what?
Exactly. Thank you.
And what?
And I find. Go ahead.
Is there no names or contact information?
Yeah, because you know damn well if somebody sent the check that you should have documentation of whoever sent a check for the reward fund. So I don't believe that BS.
I don't either. There's no way that cannot be backtracked. And the people that did mail in a check, I know for sure I can pull up my online banking and I can see where they stamped the back of like you can do electronic checks, but back in the day when I did send paper checks, you could see the back where they stamped it. I could pull up the exact check that I sent. I'm assuming it's still the same way. So I have a hard time believing that the bank can do the same.
That might be why the name has changed. Just saying. I don't know. Something's still strange with this 8,000 unaccounted for. Very strange.
And it is strange because if you go, I can't remember the if it was Churchill or if it was on WJHL, but one of the two have, I can't remember which one, but one of them have a list that came out in January, I want to say, that gave a breakdown of everything that had been put into the account. Like it showed so it included that 7,000. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's odd. It's just, I don't know. I think it's very odd for them to say that they can't track that.
I don't know.
If they can't, I guarantee you the people that sent the money can.
That's why they put in that open, what I call open letter in newspaper. So if you did donate any money, you have any reservations about your donated money, that you can come forward and make yourself heard. So let's go there. How many people are going to come forward with a complaint about the donated money?
Probably nobody.
Why you say that?
Because I think that most of these people are going to be afraid that they're going to be called into court. And some people just don't got the extra money right now to make the trip. Gas, lodging, food. Unless they really allow people to do this all on Zoom. Then maybe. But if you're going to go in there and fight for 20, 30, 40, 50, even $100, that's not worth my time. You know what I mean? I got better things to do than to fight over $100.
Well, my thing is, it's a lesson learned about donating.
Right, exactly.
Be it $5, be it 20 or 500, you need to know who you're giving your money to. And if your first instinct tells you shouldn't donate the money, then don't do it. That's it. Keep your money close to the vest. Just keep your money.
I truly believe it came from, it was more, I will say it was more than one particular YouTuber that, hyped it all up, that it was a scam.
Yeah, we know. We've heard in the last live we watched it. So
yeah, it was definitely, but it was more than just that particular person. But I think a lot of it came from that as well.
Well, all I can say is
it's sad.
We will see how it unfolds. We will see where the money goes. We will see if there'll be any ramifications for the person that donated that money in their name, and see what happens. Well, let me ask you this, Brittany. Do you think something needs? Do you think there should be ramifications for Miss Carla?
If that they find that more money was taken in than she sent the check in for.
So what, honey?
Do I think that there should be ramifications if she collected more than she spent?
As you just think she, what this woman is accusing her of, she was allegedly asking for money on behalf of these people.
She did not, and see, I do not recall her saying, I am, taking donations on behalf of Churchill Rescue Fund.
Yeah.
So I think, no, and I'm telling you, I've Googled for 2 days about the 501(c) stuff. To my knowledge, that's not illegal the way that it was done. I mean, I've read different versions of it, and she was not the holder of the money.
Okay.
So
who wasn't the holder of the money?
Say it again.
Who wasn't the holder of the money?
Q, like she wasn't the actual like.
But let that other person tell it. She was the treasurer.
Well, and maybe the laws are different in the UK. I don't know, but I don't think she's correct.
Those are her exact words. She was a treasurer because I asked her, "Do you put the other guy?"
I skipped through some of her. Yeah.
All she said was he was culpable, but Q was the treasurer. Those were her
absolutely
exact
words. Not. No way. She never claimed that. She never claimed to be taking donations on behalf of the rescue squad. I watched them all.
About that video that this other such and such mode uploaded, but this is my main question for anybody that's got a receipt. Did that critical person have any complaints when the marathon first jumped off? That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
I never have, honestly, I've seen her in your chat, which is kind of funny, more than I even knew who she really was.
Okay. Maybe Kinsley can answer. Have you heard her complain about the funds after the marathon, Kinsley?
To be honest, I didn't even know who this woman was until all this.
Because you usually keep up with some of this he said, she said stuff. So that's why I'm asking you. Did you ever hear her name in complaining on YouTube about the fundraiser, the marathon?
I didn't because I wasn't watching her content.
Okay. But I'm saying, somebody said no. Mary Paul says no. She said no, she did not.
But I will say this.
That's why I have a problem. If you weren't complaining when the marathon first jumped off, you weren't making uploads pertaining to Miss Q and the marathon, why are you now crying wolf the month of June 9th?
I will say this. On the information that was filed in court, they attached her email. And there is another person's name handwritten on there. That person did complain. However, they didn't participate. So they're in the UK too, I believe.
What do you mean?
Somebody just put it in chat.
Say what?
Somebody just put the other person's name in chat that has a channel that did complain while the marathon was going on. But they didn't participate. So I guess they just, said it was illegal is why he wanted to be a part of it.
So there's more than her name on the complaint, on the form, on the email, I mean.
So it's kind of odd.
Listen. Is there somebody else's name?
Yeah, I mean, there is another name.
As a complaint.
The letter is typed from her, and her name is signed at the bottom, and this other person's name is handwritten underneath her name.
Okay. Somebody said, I looked up Civic, now Thread. It changed to Thread after new investors took over the corporation. But when was that? What is the date of the takeover of the bank? Lord have mercy. What a mess.
Now, I will say my bank just changed names too.
May 22nd. Okay, thank you.
But I don't bank with Civis, but
yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, woo. Well, I hope everybody's satisfied. Y'all got what y'all want. Because I can tell you now, that poor folks around there are not going to donate to nothing. I don't give a damn what it's about.
You know, and I've seen other people saying we can start a legitimate Summer Wells fund. Nobody's going to donate to that. They're not. No one will ever trust. They're not going to do that.
I don't give a damn who name on it.
Nope.
The governor can put his name on it. They won't. Now, you got some crazy people that still would now, because you got people that see scams all the time. And they still donate their money to stuff. So you might get a couple fools donate a couple dollars. I take that back. I don't know what to say. It's really nothing.
Do you feel that Q will have to show in court every donation taken in? Or do you think it is truly just where this money should go?
Who are you speaking to?
You.
What was the question?
I've heard a lot of people interpret this as Q's going to have to show where all this money came from.
Mm-hmm.
When I read it, I don't necessarily understand it that way. I understand it more or less.
It's not a lawsuit. For those that can't read and comprehend fourth grade information, this is not a lawsuit against Miss Carlock. Her name has been mentioned as far as illegally raising funds on a nonprofit. But the lawsuit is brought by Churchill's own attorney to get the money allocated to the right place and ask the judge to allocate the money where it should go, not nobody else. This is not a lawsuit against a YouTuber by the last name of Carlock. We're going to leave it at that.
And like I said earlier, I think it's strange too. The Child Advocacy Fund is listed on the document that was filed. I think that's odd.
The document, all the names mentioned, is the lawyer saying we don't want none of these people double backing, trying to sue us for nothing. 4 entities were mentioned. I read it in the article, in the live yesterday. Okay? They don't want to hear nothing from Ms. Carlock, the advocacy group, donators, Pookie, Bubba, Susie Mae, whoever. That's what's in the document. Don't come bother Churchill.
Right.
That's what the lawsuit's about.
They just named it all in one shot.
In one shot. Don't come bother us about a lawsuit on nothing, because we are turning it over to the judge for him or her to make a decision where the money should go. So they don't want nobody coming out saying nothing about that damn money. That's why those names were mentioned in the lawsuit.
And hence the reason they said we're posting it 4 weeks in the paper.
Exactly. So anybody that's got a complaint can come forward and stake a claim on the donated money that they feel like they want back or whatever. See, that's why, people don't read. People hear what they want to hear because they don't read. It's not a lawsuit about any YouTuber. This is a lawyer bringing forth information on behalf of the Churchill Rescue Squad of where the money should go. This is not a criminal case against Carlock or any other entity. We make that clear.
And the lady that was on your panel earlier today, I didn't get to finish watching everything. She said, did I understand you earlier to say that she would not be able to go to court?
You mean the one that started this mess?
Yes.
Her don't got no money.
Well, she better not fundraise for it.
Well, guess what? Shut your mouth. Because I sure thought about that when she said, I'd have to raise the money. And I wanted to say, and how would you be doing that, Miss Lady? Begging from your friends, please not say your fans. Because I know damn well I wouldn't send you one damn dollar for you to fly your ass over here. Because you should have stayed.
Maybe they will offer her like a Zoom.
You should have stayed in the back room like everybody else. When I first heard the rumors, a couple months ago, people were talking about it on a certain person's live, what they were doing allegedly. I turned my head and kept on moving because I wasn't getting in that. I wasn't getting in that. And this is just still jacked up.
Yeah, I've got to go back and finish watching.
Somebody said you can donate, but ask for a fundraiser. Okay. Well, see, that's why I said her best bet is to continue doing what she's doing over there across the pond, which is attempting to live a good life and raise her children. And that's what her focus should be, and not this YouTube nonsense. Because in the end, no matter what, all of this is nonsense pertaining to Summer Wells and the YouTubers. I just don't see the point in engaging in any of it. Just, give it a rest. Because a person who has a child shouldn't be engaging in this foolishness anyway, and that's just how I look at it. Because that lets you know you taking away from raising your children, fooling with all this he said, she said, and what you think Pookie doing. Why don't you let God handle it if you think somebody did something wrong? Why not let God? That is his job. He's a way maker. So let him make his way.
And I could have a little bit more understanding maybe for her if she donated to Q and was unsure.
Exactly. She put up $1. She let that be known talking to KM. I don't donate money. I don't believe in giving up money. I want to say, is this what this is really about? It ain't really about Q. It ain't really about that other dude. It's about you don't trust people. You've had a bad run-in with giving money to somebody. Somebody hoodwinked, bamboozled you out your funds. And so you had a problem when you saw all them people donating money to that woman. Is that what this is really about? Huh?
She was jealous.
I think that's what it's really about with a lot of people. I think everybody that, I'm Summers, whatever, and,
why they giving money to this black woman? Let's go there. Team bingo card. Shut up, Queen. Is it because she black? I said it.
I wanted to say that.
Well, I'm saying it. Well, I'm saying it now. Is it because she black? Y'all had a problem with somebody giving a black woman money? Ooh, it got quiet.
And it's very interesting because there were Caucasians involved in these lives. It wasn't all done on Q's channel. They all just shared her Cash App. But Q is the only one they want to talk about.
Right. So you ain't gonna name the other people to say, well, they aided too, and they were promoting her, and I want to blame them as well, because in the end, you don't know what somebody did or gave somebody some money. How you gonna know? Stay woke. As I said, bring a receipt. And you want to say, oh, all this is because of her, the black lady. She's the treasurer. She's the one that was, taking in the funds. How you know she was the only one taking in the funds? You already trying to link her to Mr. The other Q. So how you know they ain't got accounts joined or what? If you just go there, you understand what I'm saying? Because that's what they were saying in the chat yesterday. Well, they're affiliated. She already said we just friends. So if you're going to make an accusation against the woman and this guy, but then want to put him on a back burner on how much involved he is, the courts don't look at it like that. Because last time I checked, it's called conspiracy. Come on, Queen, bring it to him, but they slow. Did y'all hear? Did somebody hear that? You want to 1 minute talk bad about the man on the video, but then say when you send the letter, oh, I'm just gonna mention her.
Yep.
But you ain't got no proof that Carla could have cut everybody in the group a check. Come on, Queen, they ain't ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't know what the hell she was doing with her Cash App, PayPal, Pen Pal, Old Pal. Ooh, shut up, Queen. So you picking and choosing who to be the ringleader.
And honestly, yeah, they are, because the more I think about it, the majority of the longer lives weren't really held on her channel. It was always her Cash App that was posted, or her, however to get the money to her. But they weren't on. Yeah, you're exactly right. They weren't.
Look what somebody
said. That's interesting.
Fiona and Shrek, keep your BS over yonder. I'm dead. Not Shrek. God be damn. Y'all hell. I ain't even gonna ask who the Shrek is. I ain't going there. Anyway, I'm just saying. Why not group everybody into it? You're just gonna pick the one who happens to be black as the ringleader, but everybody was working in cahoots together. See, that's something that's real, Jack.
Correct, because I can think of at least 4 different channels that did it.
Because you don't know who. You don't know if you want to sit up and just go there and say, well, she did it fraudulently by rallying for a nonprofit. That's stipulation number 1. Number 2, she didn't turn in all the money. Now, how you know she didn't cut some other people some money and send money to their Cash App, the people that was on the panel? Come on now, you can't be that. You can't be that slow. And you want to go all out and accuse her?
She could turn around and say, I needed to pay myself for my time. Period.
Well, as long as you're doing a live, it is your time.
Exactly.
What I keep trying to tell folks that about this YouTube, the stuff you nitpicking about is ignorant because YouTube is $1 billion industry. Come on, Queen, they ain't ready for that. They make money off the commercials. Google it and see how much they bring in just from the commercials alone. Are you sitting there crying about this damn GoFundMe and reward and all that old nonsense when we get paid any damn way by your viewership? Did I stutter?
Well, and I remember that being an issue as well because I want to say, sent in 3 separate checks, and one of the last ones was from the people that had Cash Apped her and things like that, and she had to wait till she got paid. But people were flipping out about that as well.
I told her that I said that to her in the live. A lot of people don't know that we only get 1 check from these people, Google, a month. So therefore, all super chats and stickers are in that payment, and Google gets a portion of those super chats and stickers for those that did not know that. So that's why in the beginning, I didn't want people sending the super chats because I felt like, why should I have them super chat me when Google's getting a portion? But that's the whole purpose of the hustle. YouTube is saying, I'm allowing you to talk, run your mouth, talk about whatever you're talking about, but I got to get a portion of whatever they are sending you. That's their rule, not mine.
And if she paid the remaining of whatever, the 30% that they take out, she came out of her pocket quite a bit.
Well, so that's what I'm trying to say. So for people that think they know everything, I told her that earlier. So if somebody sent $100 and she sent that whole 100 in with the donation, she lost because I just said it. Google
and I want to say
Google gets a portion of the $100, whatever. Especially if it was a sticker. Somebody right now stickered me 100. I don't get the whole 100. So this is what happens. These folks ain't bright because they don't listen.
And if they're sending Cash App, and she transfers it to the bank, it's got a post. It's not instant. I know you can pay a fee for it to hit instantly, but why pay another fee and more money come out of it?
See, I don't even know. See, I don't even have that connected because I don't want nobody, if they decided to one day, scam my Cash App, which these Africans, they sure been trying lately through, Messenger. I don't want nothing connected to that Cash App, my real money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't care if I got some money in that Cash App and they breach it, but I don't want them touching my real money. That's why they so hard on you, because they're assuming you got your Cash App connected to your bank account. That's why you have to be careful with these scams about investing and doing this Bitcoin. And somebody messaged me the other day saying, "Oh, you guessed the right name on this." It was a thing that it was like a puzzle, and they tell you look closely at it. What's the word in it? And I said dog. So the next thing I know, I had back-to-back messages. Back-to-back messages. I knew it was a scam because I thought, why is this girl's son messaging me talking about how you want me to pay you? And he named all the different ways you could pay. You know, Cash App, Venmo. I knew that it was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't giving you nothing.
And I can't remember the amount. I want to say 19. I could be wrong. But I know that on one of the wire transfers, she had to pay $19. I want to say $19. I could be wrong.
Right.
But she paid out of her pocket for that. She showed it all. She showed the receipt from the bank. Well, she showed the so I mean, I don't know, everybody's always going to have questions.
That's why I made that. That's the point I was trying to make to that crazy person earlier. In the end, you do not know who Q was involved with, who she paid out, what she paid in her own pocket, what she put in her own pocket. You don't know anything. And you'll probably never know unless there's an investigation into her personal funds and cell phone. You understand what I'm saying? That is the only way you'll find out if somebody decides to bring charges against the said female. But other than that, let it be between her and God. Because in the end, people do all kind of frivolous stuff right in front of your face, and you don't know nothing about the shit these folks be doing out here in the damn street. Worry about your own front porch. You cannot be Captain Saberhole on every situation. And this is a situation she should have just stayed out of.
Especially if you don't have any money involved. Like,
that's
why
my
do you
point.
care?
If you didn't donate no money to Q, then what are you crying about? The only people that should be crying are the people that donated to her and felt like she didn't send their money in. Those are the only people that should have a problem with this marathon donation, whatever.
I mean, she sent $32,000 in. I mean, I don't really know how much people think she got.
I was a crook. Do you think as hard as it is to live right now, I'm getting ready to give you fucking $32, $32,000, excuse me? Think about that for a second. 32 G's, 32 racks. I'm just going to give, and I'm a crook. I want you to marinate on that for a minute, because I think somebody is really slow. 32 racks. The only way I could see she was in 32 racks and pocketed money, it would have to be 3 times fold more than the 32 racks actually consumed to keep people from questioning the damn donation fund. See where I'm going?
And to keep up with it the way that she was during the lives, honestly, because like I said, it was like an every hour update of what the new amount was from, the hours of people donating or whatever. Yes, I wouldn't have been mad if I wouldn't be mad if she took $200 for herself. It was a lot to keep up with.
I'm like Mary. I like to see my money too. I sure do. I'm old school. I want to see my money. The bank don't need to see my money, but I know it's not good to keep a lot of cash around the house either. But in the end, you got to prove that girl took some money, and you also got to prove that she told people not to send money to the rescue and Civis. You got to have that on audio clear as I'm saying it out my own mouth. So just like that girl was sitting there arguing with me earlier about, well, the way you worded it ain't how she said it, but well, I'm saying it in layman's terms, damn it.
Wait, and they're quick to clip, half of what somebody's saying and not give full clarity.
They do it on reality TV when they show you a clip to get you to watch the show. They'll put one little clip out and you thinking, oh my God, I can't believe she said that. But then when you go watch the show, that ain't the whole conversation.
I mean, because she did get a little ill at the end. Like I said, I watched it, but it was, I don't blame her. I'll say that. I don't. I mean, it got to be a little ridiculous. So, I mean, people can make it whatever they want.
No, this is a lesson learned. After this situation, you now know anybody that donated money, anybody listening to this content, take your money and donate it directly to the damn bank or the organization. And that you can argue all day with them two about the damn reward or how, any donation. You see where I'm going?
Is that the clip the lady, what I did get to watch of your earlier live, is that the clip she wanted you to see so bad?
Nah, Felicia. Now I want both of you to tell me the God honest truth. Could you understand that damn clip?
Oh, I didn't see you play it. I was skipping around trying to watch
Kids,
all of
could
it.
you understand it? Kinsley?
No, not its full context. I could not understand it.
I had to turn it on my TV earlier, and I could understand it better on my TV than me sitting at the computer and playing it off my Bluetooth box. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, it did sound like you, but it also sounded like things were clipped and chopped and pasted together.
It sound also animated.
Yeah.
Sound animated.
I'll have to go watch it.
Mary has a good point. Anything happens at the bank, they have insurance. Bingo card. Thank you. You damn Skippy.
Right. And, if you donate, however you decided to donate, because there was a few different
Mary,
ways.
you gotta stop. Girl, look what
You can
Mary
request
said.
a refund.
Exactly. Look what Mary said. That lady was so into this fight, you would think Q stole her man and took her liver. Mary, go to sleep. Damn you. Wait a minute. She done stole my man and my liver. Lord Jesus, I'm dead.
And that's just it. How does somebody get that invested into something like that?
Woo, I'm about to sing the blues right now. These last $2, I'm not gonna lose. Meet me at the casino. That's for all my blues fans. They know what I'm talking about. That's how she act, like she was at the casino and needed $2 to get back on the slot machine.
Hey, are y'all getting a casino? Aren't you getting a casino in Tennessee?
Where is it coming?
I don't know.
I don't gamble, baby. I look what I just told Mary. I like to see my money, and it ain't in that slot machine.
Yeah, I love some casinos. I swear I saw something on
money, I'm a sore loser.
My WJHL thing pop up. I have to go back
might be. I hadn't gotten a notification. I got 92 viewing. Thank you so much. What a mess. Somebody told her to go get to a PTA meeting or get a soccer mom or a real job. Lord have mercy. But you could see how she was getting upset when her child was in the room telling her to go get the sweets. I knew then she wasn't stable.
You weren't stable if you're meddling in people's business to this point.
I knew then. I was listening to her talk because at first I didn't know who she was talking to, and I said, "Wait a minute, she's talking to a child." I said, "Yeah, she's too high strung and too wired up, and her children are there. Children can feel your energy when you off." That wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. That wasn't good at all. Yeah, they sent you, and I felt like you too wired up over something that one don't concern you, and your children are in the room, and you too busy trying to get them out the room with some candy or whatever to sit here and talk about this stupid ass stuff here.
Mary said, "Did y'all hear the lady say she ran the child out of the room with candy like she was gonna slash him?"
Say what? She ran the child out the room with candy like she was gonna slash a motherfucker. Mary.
I gotta go back and watch.
Yeah, you got to, because I'm telling you, that freaked me out, because the first thing I said is this heifer is off her rocker. She need meds, because you're trying to get your kids out the room to argue with the queen about nothing. Because I already told her and everybody in the chat, I'm not here to argue nothing about Q or any allegation, because it's not a criminal trial. It's not a trial. It's not a criminal complaint. It's just you telling these people, I think she did this, and they're saying, hey, we want to wash our hands of this money. That's what it's about. It's where the money's going, not a criminal complaint against Carla.
Well, I'm glad that she made herself known of who her channel was, and the majority of people can, know who she is. And
knock yourself out, and you ain't made but one video a month. I said it.
There's all this going real life YouTube stuff. That's It's kind of gross.
You don't even make a video once a week. Are you sitting up here raising hell about this damn reward money? Ooh, Lord, that dog got a lot of fight in him.
Yeah, they're fighting each other right now.
I just don't understand it. All of this for somebody that don't even make content every week.
And didn't donate. Let's not forget that.
I mean, I just because I went through the videos and I said, well, where are the videos? You get what I'm saying? Where are the recent videos? You get all riled up and getting yourself so upset and disgusted. Damn, I would think you'd be going live every day, every other day. Lord have mercy. Like I said in that last live I did, some of y'all need to just stop talking about true crime. Just find something else to talk about. Talk about quilting or talk about your dog or your cat. You just stop talking about the children. Please stop.
Does she cover the Summer Wells case? Or just the reward marathon? I honestly don't know.
She talks about Summer Wells. A lot of her content is about that other thing out there in Texas. I thought to myself, okay.
So she's more into probably the YouTubers doing scamming things. That sounds like.
Well, maybe she's entitled. And listen, she's entitled to talk about whatever she likes. But I can tell you this much: it will never happen over here with that again. You best believe that.
Yeah, I'm glad Q came up to defend herself.
Well, it would be only right for her to defend herself, considering that is the one that sent the email. Then she comes up on a live. So it was, Q's discretion if she wanted to participate. But what I didn't want it to be was no screaming match and no cussing fuss. You understand what I'm saying? Because I didn't want that. Because that's not what I intended for the live. I was just going to let you all give your opinion to what was alleged in the article. I had no idea that either party would come up on the live.
Did she drop down when Q came up, or had she already dropped?
I think she fell off because of what we were saying. She got mad. I looked up, the heifer was gone.
Yeah.
So I said, well, okay, that's your last time speaking, so you ain't never got to worry about coming over here. Because you fall off, don't reapply. Don't reapply.
Yeah, at this point, I really just feel like the best thing would be the Child Advocacy Fund. Yeah. What are your thoughts? Where do you think it should go, Queen?
Well, sometimes I'm weighing on both, either the advocacy group or leave it as for Summer Wells, but get a new proprietor. Get a new stewardship. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody new over the program, over the reward fund. But who that might be, I have no idea. Who would be the appropriate person to be over it? I think Crime Stoppers. We have a Crime Stoppers here. I think they should be the ones to pick up the reward fund. Take the money. That's a good point. Yeah, take the money to Crime Stoppers. They do good work with crime and rewards. Give it to them because you can remain anonymous, all that, and they will pay you out the money. So I think maybe Crime Stoppers should get the money or the advocacy group. Take a pick.
Because honestly, okay, so with a lot of reward funds, it's very clear on, how can I say this? If it leads to finding the person.
Yeah, where you going? Each donation has a stipulation. One person can say, I'm only going to pay out if you get a suspect arrested. I'm only going to pay if the suspect is found guilty.
Right.
Another one will say, I'll pay out if Summer Wells is found dead or alive. See, there's stipulations on the rewards.
And I don't think that, when they set this up, that there were any stipulations. I mean, I guess the people that donated lump sums can put their own on it, but I
think one stipulation is on it is that you can request to take it back, because the one guy with the 10,000,
that's considered pledging, and that's one thing that kind of That's considered pledging your money.
Okay.
So like Q didn't pledge.
I don't even know about all that. See.
So like the two that were sent back the money, that would be considered a pledge.
Okay.
Like for instance, Q's money, that was not a pledge.
Okay, see, that's what I've been trying to understand about that. To see, I didn't even know how you would do it. Is it a pledge or is actually cash it out?
Well, and that's kind of where I get a little confused, other than the fact this lady sent in this stuff on why it's
I didn't know how it was
question.
done. I didn't know how it was done because the fact that guy was able to get his money back, I thought, oh well, his money didn't even get cashed out.
Right. So, yeah, it's my understanding that's considered a pledge. I mean, I could be wrong.
The chat said a stipulated pledge, and that's what I said. With Cal City, it was the same way. Some people had a stipulation on their money.
Right. And you know, when the 32,000 was donated, there was not a stipulation. To my understanding, there was not. I should say.
Well, there's obviously there was. We didn't know about it.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. It was somewhat talked about. One of the last lives that I did watch of the reward marathon is when it ended. Should it go to Equisearch? So that may be where some of this is coming from now that I think about it. But when it was, unless that was put in, you know, I don't know, unless she mailed a letter in with her checks, I don't know how it would even be considered a pledge. I don't know. It's messy. Like I said, it's just another messy thing on Summer's name. At this point, I truly do not believe anyone will come forward. I don't.
Well,
like I said, I don't believe that means this is they're going to stop investigating.
And that's something to question too. Why all this time, money's involved, you don't have one person bringing any viable information to the whereabouts of this child. The world is already cruel as it is. People don't like to talk. People don't like to get involved in the business of other people's business. But usually money would lead people to talk. In this case, you got a $74,000 reward and ain't nobody spinning a record on nothing. Absolutely.
And at this point, I mean, I don't think they will. I truly don't think they will. I don't. And and we have no idea what they know as far as
that's true.
Yeah, and the police. And
we learned that with Cal City, we were lied to.
And that, oh my God, that really eats at me because I mean, I've had to step away from YouTube a little bit because of Summer. It like bothered me so much.
It's just a bunch of people that's jumping on, talking, laughing, throwing jokes. Because, in the first few months we did, cut up, talking about Candace and Grandis and Don. But at some point it gets redundant. It gets redundant. And you have to check yourself and say, there's not really anything viable coming out about the case. So, I would just go back and talk about my other cases because I didn't want it to be just every day I'm talking about these stupid people and what Pookie and Ray Ray put on their channel and spin off of that. It's nothing. It's nothing about her. Absolutely nothing.
And it's not. And, I somewhat live in the same type of not the same type, not even the same state, but, like in a remote area with lots of land. And it really eats at me because I'm like, there's much. She says she turned her back for 2 minutes or whatever she said. That's not freaking possible. So yeah, I had to step away, but there's a lot of, it's a joke. It's became a joke. I feel like, I feel like Summer's been lost twice in this. Her parents are just disgusting in my opinion.
And they are. And this is,
and in the end, if they don't have anything to do with it, it doesn't change my opinion on who they are. It doesn't change the fact that they've lost every child they've ever had.
And there's no excuse for that because each one should have stopped reproducing.
Exactly. They will always be the same people in my mind. But and then there's the neighbor and all these people talking, and I'm embarrassed to say that I believed some of the things that she said at first. I truly do. At this point, You couldn't make me believe her for
Really?
anything.
You believe Candace in that first interview where she looked like she was
No.
doped up?
The neighbor.
Oh, that one.
There were things that she said that somewhat.
I'm telling you, I would never. I probably never pass or go in a dark alley and cross her path.
Well, I can tell you right now, I don't believe shit, and I think that this has all been a game, and I think it's all been to get at the ex.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. Even though that has nothing to do with
she's full of shit, and I don't think she knows anything about what happened this summer.
Lord, listen at you.
I'm serious.
Let's talk about that briefly before I check out of here. How do you feel about the latest allegations in the queue pertaining to Don drugging his own child for nefarious reasons?
Say that one more time.
She's making allegations against Don drugging the child for nefarious reasons. How do you feel about those allegations?
Well, her allegations were technically that her ex was responsible for it because he was providing the drugs knowing that was what was happening. I think she's full of shit. Sorry, excuse my mouth. I think she is, because the night she said that, he was on panel. He was on a panel with someone else, with another channel. You've had a year. You've had a whole year to say this. If that's what you truly believed.
Somebody says they think she's involved. What do you think about that comment?
Nope, I don't think she's involved. I don't think she had anything to do with it. I don't think she knows what happened to Summer. I think she's full of it.
That's a hell of an allegation to bring out a year later that
I agree. I do agree.
This man drugs. So like I said in the live the other day, you want me to believe Donna Wells went to him and said, "Hey man, I need some pills to dope my baby up so I can do things to her." Just think about that.
Well, she actually doesn't allege that it was Don. It was that she was giving it to Candace, from what I heard, for that.
Well,
but
see, the version that the other puppies gave me was it was Don. So I don't know.
And then how do you know this now? And then you say, I know that the TBI knows. Okay, well, do you know that they know because you told them? Or I think I think that there's a whole lot of drama surrounding that situation with her.
Mary, when I said dark alley, I didn't mean it out of fear. I meant that I would want to run up on her in the alley. I would want to run up on her. I would want her to cross my path in the alley. I don't think I got to explain myself any further.
Well, I doubt she's going to get her out that camper.
Like I said, I would want to run up on her in the alley. I'm going to leave it at that.
But no, I don't. Honestly, I don't think that she knows. I don't think she knows anything. I
think she needs to stop, because let me tell you something. I keep telling people this. Y'all keep running y'all mouths.
She needs to shut up. Yeah.
Y'all keep running y'all mouths in these little parts. Y'all think these folks in Tennessee won't do nothing to you. See, a lot of people think that we are green here. They think that people are slow, they're uneducated, and some are. Some are uneducated, some are green. But a lot of people have left Tennessee in a body bag, going back where the hell they came from.
Mm-hmm.
So don't ever get it twisted. And you keep walking around here talking about wild stories about people, what they doing, ain't doing on a live platform. Like I said in the live the other day, you're going to mess around and walk outside your door and somebody's going to beat you to the damn white meat.
But, and that's what she claims is going to happen.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Because all these people are stalking her. That's so untrue. I don't believe anything that she says
well, let me tell you this. It will be when you least expect it. Like I said, when the waters are calm.
Oh, yeah.
She'll be running that mouth, and she'll be out going to the Piggly Wiggly or whatever their little store is, convenient mart, trying to get some cigarettes or a beer or whatever. And somebody may come up to her asking for a light and cut her throat.
Yep. And she's talked so much, I could see her being wrongly convicted. And I know that sounds crazy, but shut up. You're not half the time talking really about Summer.
Well,
and when you do.
She should be afraid, Mary. You should be very afraid when you're making allegations against other people on a live pertaining to doing anything nefarious to a child. You should be very afraid. Because like I tell you, the person you're talking about, they may not do nothing to you, but they might send somebody else to do something to you. Or some random person that like them is rallying for them may do something to you. See,
And you can't claim that you're, being threatened and that you're scared and, all these things, and you don't ever shut up. Like,
exactly.
I mean,
now, that's true.
hours every
that's
day.
Spoken word. That's the spoken word. I'm not gonna go out here and be doing all that, making up stuff, lying on people, and then talk about I fear for my safety. Somebody stalking me, somebody in my inbox. Well, that means I need to keep my damn mouth closed.
And if you fear for your safety, you sure as hell are not on YouTube more than 10 hours a day.
I know, Mary.
I truly believe that there are lots of issues with her, but
but see, you can't.
If they could clear Dawn and Candace, I may feel like she could possibly be involved.
Well, you're not gonna never know the truth. My thing is, I'm going on the ladder. Who has the most to lose in getting rid of a child? It will be her parents, not all these neighbors. None of those people. I'm going to go with the ladder, which are her parents. I'm going to go with statistics. It's her parents.
No, and that's just like the interview that came out today with Jackie Dobbs. He said that the first person that approached him on the when he went to the property was Dawn Wells. She says that's not true. How the hell do you know? You don't know. I mean, you just don't know everything.
You had to stand outside the whole time. From the time that the police pulled up, you had to been standing there to know what the hell went on the Wells property.
No, and it's not like, they live, on a small little acre where you can see the end of the driveway from your house. I don't even know if there was a house. I am still confused on whether there was ever a house on their property or just a yard barn or whatever. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I still don't know that there was a house on that property. But anyways, right. So I don't know. You don't know everything, and there's already. But one thing that he did say in that interview that I did find interesting is that he did mention that he's seen cameras at the end of, it's not at the end of Ben Hill. I want to say like as soon as you get on Beach Creek Road from Ben Hill. And I've heard that mentioned before. So I truly hope that that is a true story, because if so, they will be able to know who came in and out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know, but no, I think that this has all been about getting attention from.
Well, I think that's what's been happening with most of the people that have talked about Summer Wells and the boys. I think all these people are just miserable. They don't have any focus in life, and they found a story to latch on to, and they just ran with it. And that's what I'm seeing with most of the people that have talked about these children and a lot of the other missing people. It's just something to latch on to and something to do. There's no genuine concern. There's no genuine concern for the missing people or the children.
No, because I will say from what I've seen, as far as her, doing lives, this is nothing new. This is something she did truly previously do before Summer went missing, except it was on Facebook. But the way you talked about those kids and the things like that, you didn't care about those kids. You didn't care if, what happened to Summer. You talked about them horribly. So she's full. I don't believe anything any of those people say. I just truly hope that the TBI and Hawkins County know more than we do.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I really believe that. I swear they've got to know more. There's no way.
Say what?
Do what? I said there's no way they don't know way more than we know. It does worry me sometimes when I think about, the metadata as far as their signals and things. I don't know how that works if they don't have a good signal. But, clearly they had Wi-Fi signal if the kids were on, the internet earlier in the day and things like that.
You can't have Wi-Fi work YouTube. You can't do nothing with social media, TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube without no damn Wi-Fi.
Right. And she admits to, talking to Dawn on whatever Facebook call or whatever that day. So,
and it still should be spotty because I live here, and I know that when I was up in the mountains, I couldn't even go live. I didn't even attempt because it was spotty.
Well, even where I live, he had to dig the actual wire underground to have our Spectrum come in because they don't even serve our area for us to have good internet. Yeah. So, but we had to do all that ourselves, especially with me working from home. It was a must. So yeah, I would agree that they have bad Wi-Fi, but there's just a lot of things, and
Mary Paul is talking mad junk in that chat.
What's she saying? A yard barn?
I did. Mary, behave, Mary Paul. Mary is being really mean, but it's the truth. When I was up there in the mountains the other day, July 4th, there was that damn phone. My phone didn't start pinging to almost dark.
I believe it.
Know that I was getting Wi-Fi service. So at that point, once it's almost dark, it didn't even matter about trying to call anybody or tell them anything or go live. It was like, I'll just upload a video, show you all the little campground or whatever. But
like it isn't as bad as we think it is.
I know what it's like, and you are not getting no good reception sometimes back up in these woods.
Right. And I do agree with all that, but I don't know sometimes that it's as bad as we all think it is, because Dawn had no problem joining those lives every night.
Because she exactly. So I was going to say that too. With all the social media posting, where were you posting every time you went on TikTok? When you went on TikTok, where were you when you was posting for TikTok?
Well, right. And just like the picture that she posted on Facebook, like a few minutes, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes after supposedly Summer was reported missing, they say that she could have uploaded that, hours before, but the Wi-Fi didn't hit. Maybe so, but maybe not.
Listen, Mary Paul, hit the link, please. Make my day. Mary Paul says the shed got repossessed, the car also, and her baby daddy. She ain't got nothing but a YouTube at this point. That's what I said. That's why it was easy for her to just walk away and go stay with a friend or go over here, because she don't work. She don't do anything. She doesn't have enough money to pay for what that house entails. Shed, shack or not, you still got to have running water. You still got to have lights. You still got to have gas to heat the water. You still got to pay a car note, insurance, gas for the SUV. All of that.
But is it not? I do find it odd. I find it so interesting that she did choose to purchase a vehicle that looks exactly like the one that was in the Summerwells Dancing in the Rain video that was in the background, the yellow Xterra. I truly believe they are two. It's already been proven they are truly two different vehicles. But I just find that, I feel like there's games being played. And one thing that is so irrelevant to any of this.
What's your point you're trying to make? What do you mean about the Xterra?
So she went and bought one exactly. She has apparently recently, or I don't know how recent, but purchased a yellow Xterra that is just like the one.
Listen to what you're saying.
She truly did. She truly did. There were pictures taken of it when the what do you call it? When the little 1 year anniversary thing came around for Summer and all these people came into town, obviously somebody rode by there and got a picture of it. So she was called out about it. So she does go outside of her camper and actually show it. But here's the funny thing on top of that. You want to claim somebody's constantly riding by there and stalking you. If that was the case, we would have known that you had this yellow Xterra before. I just find it odd that she would have kind of, purchased this. It's just weird stuff. But they are truly.
Lori said that's Jody Sue's Xterra.
It is, but that she did buy. It's exactly like the one that's in the picture of Summer dancing, but they are not the same.
Again, where would she get the money from to buy a truck, Brittany?
Probably YouTube.
No, honey, you got to have a lot of views to afford a truck.
Well, I mean, I think it was used. She truly does have it. I'll tell you that.
Listen. The trucks around here, they're not cheap. Trust me. Trust me what I'm saying. You're either putting money down or you had enough cash, 10, 11, 12,000 to buy you one outright or more.
I don't even think she bought it. She walks outside her camper. She actually does show it once she's called out about it. But then she mentions that something's wrong with it. So I don't know that it's ever actually ran, if that makes any sense. I don't know that she...
Mary, why are you talking about the cat? The cat has bronchitis. Girl, please stop.
She ain't lying. It's true.
How does a cat have bronchitis, Brittany?
It's not bronchitis, but it's got an issue that cat snores like a grown man.
Child support. Her husband locked up, so he ain't paying her no child support. The only thing she could be getting is an SSI check. And I'm telling you, she is not making enough on SSI.
He's not locked up. He was just live.
And pay for no truck. Now, somebody may have donated money for her to go buy a used truck at an auction or something like that. But y'all still not listening. You still got to pay bills at that address. You still got to pay a stimulus.
But she lives in a camper on her mom's property is the thing. And one thing I'm dying to know that is so irrelevant to anything, but it just kills me not knowing. Like, does she have like the plumbing hooked up to that camper where she's able to use the bathroom in there and take showers? But that's beside the point.
It costs to live. I'm just gonna keep saying that.
She does, I'm sure, get a check.
But it's not enough for all the stuff they have to pay for.
But
you gotta
what
pay
does she
for
have
water.
to pay for?
Listen, you're in a house. You gotta pay for water.
She's not in a house. She's in a camper, and she's tapping into the stuff on her mom's
water, Brittany.
But you tap into the stuff that's on the property that you're staying in.
Tap into what, baby? Do you have proof she has something to tap into?
Well, if I pulled up a camper on my property, I'm pretty positive that you could do that.
I'm gonna say it one more time. You have to have proof of what she's tapping into. So you don't know if she has running water in the camper.
She probably don't.
Okay, that's my point. So I'm going to say it one more time. You got to pay for water. You got to pay for gas to heat the water. You got to pay for electric. You have to pay for that truck, remember? Then you got to pay insurance. You got to put gas in it. You got to eat. You got to buy toiletries. She might still be getting a cycle, so you got to buy sanitary napkins. You got to buy soap. How far down the list you want me to keep going?
Well, the vehicle's not running because I can go ahead and tell you the tag that's on the vehicle is for the car that was repossessed. All that's been shown too.
Okay, where is the car that she was driving before all this mess happened? The nice Subaru.
It's been repossessed.
And how you know that?
Well, she says it, and the ex-boyfriend or ex-husband, whatever you want to call him, says it.
Who?
She says it that the car was repossessed because she said it was in his name.
Candace?
Oh no! I was talking about the other one.
All over the place. Listen, Brittany, where is the damn Subaru that costs $600 a month?
Oh, now that one. No, I'll have a feeling that's why she's not going home because they say she's not there. I can probably believe that because they probably are looking for that.
So she's taking the truck off the property because she owe a note.
Yeah.
I would say so. When people were making up the rumors last year that car was paid in full, I told people, who the hell gonna give somebody $25,000 for a truck and then be living in a shed? That don't even make any logical sense.
And no, I mean, a lot of people said it was paid off. No, Don did.
I don't believe that.
He said it was a $600. I can believe that it was a $600 car payment. I'll give him that.
I can believe that before I believe it was paid in full. That you went to the dealer and gave them a $20,000+ check. There's no way I would ever believe that because people like that, they're not going to go pay full price for no fucking car. Excuse my language, but you don't live like that and pay cash, that much cash for a car. Especially people that like to drink, get high. They're not going to go give somebody $20,000 for no damn car. Come on, y'all.
No.
I never believe that.
No, I don't think so either. So yeah, I do believe that's part of maybe why she isn't home. Now, I will say one live that I saw her on when he first went to jail, that she said these two sweet women had agree to pay the car payment for a few months. I don't remember what the amount of months it was.
I wish the hell I would pay somebody car note. I wish the hell I would ever pay your car note. You think I'm going to give a stranger $600 for a car note?
I can tell you, I ain't paying $600 for my own.
Never. You ain't getting ready to get $200 from me for no car note. I would never. That's the day somebody take me to the doctor and get my head checked.
And so I'm sure that the car, I'm sure there's no insurance on the car. All that, I'm pretty sure there's no way. I mean, because how would she have any money?
Somebody said she'd have been here in the green Suburban. Oh God, please, I can't take it.
Yeah, there was a video of somebody coming down the hill in the green Suburban with the thing on top of it. But
what thing? A rat?
No, the canoe.
You know what? Okay.
But I doubt it was her driving it.
Versions. You all don't know what the hell's going on with Candace. Where she's
at,
at,
know where
what she's driving. None of this nonsense. This is nonsense. Well, what's she gonna do with a canoe? I'll wait.
Kayak. Sorry, that was my bad. It was a kayak.
Kayak, canoe, rowboat. What's she gonna do with it? What is this heifer gonna do with that? She's lazy. You want me to believe this heifer gonna put that on the river and put the paddle in the water and row? Do y'all hear yourselves?
All I can tell you is I truly did see it coming down the hill in a video on top of the.
That woman is top heavy. Candace is top heavy, and you want me to believe she get ready to paddle in the water? Okay.
No, I don't believe. I mean, unless she's doing anything to keep herself busy from being at home, I can believe that. That I can believe.
That tuna box then found to something else. She probably found another old head that's lonely and miserable, and she'd be in the company of another old man. That's all. Find her another old man to help take care of her.
Yeah, I do think it would be interesting when Don gets out, because I mean,
he ain't gonna have nothing. Listen to Queen. He ain't gonna have nothing.
No, and I sometimes I really wonder, even I hate to say it out loud, but
Valerie's corner, please stop.
If they didn't have anything to do with it, God knows, I don't truly believe that.
Yeah,
but
I don't believe that.
Sometimes I do think.
You know something, because the versions changed too many times. And those were versions we gave law enforcement.
But can you imagine coming home? I mean, he's going to come home to the biggest freaking mess.
Let me tell you something. When he gets home, he getting ready to see nothing but some rats sitting up in there nibbling.
Yep. And he's going to need to. There's no such thing as a lawnmower. And I'm telling you this because we have 14 acres. We have a lot of grass. So we have to cut our grass at least once a week, sometimes twice. And I don't know how much they have, but they have a lot as well. If we didn't mow they're not going to need a lawnmower. They're going to need a freaking bush hog.
Zachary, please stop. You and Mary need to stop it. Well, let me tell you something. These heifers, listen to me. These heathens have been together a while. They may pick up where they left off, But the point is, the place is going to be in disarray when he do show up, and he's going to be livid. But that's on him because he should have made provisions before he left to have somebody cut the grass and make sure he had enough money to keep the bills up for a couple of months. But 9 times out of 10, he didn't trust Candace with no money, so he wasn't going to leave her with no money. So the sensible thing to do would be paying some of your bills up directly to the water, gas company, blah, blah, blah.
They don't do that kind of thing.
I'm just saying, if you want to have
I get what you're saying, but they're not built like that.
You needed to have been putting some money up on those gas and water and light bills.
Yeah, no. That,
He had some money. I'm sure he had some money. He should have paid up some
Oh,
of them
I'm
bills.
sure. I mean, to hear everybody tell it, he made really decent money.
He probably did make decent money. And then you don't buy anything. You're not spending the money on stuff that most citizens spend their money on. So you should have a nice little nest egg. He wasn't going to do that. He probably right now got his money sitting in the bank and she don't even have access to the damn bank account. See, I wouldn't be with Don. I wouldn't be with Don.
Oh, no, I agree.
I wouldn't be with her.
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't be with neither.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not even a question.
First of all, I'm a man. I ain't getting ready to lay with nothing that look like me. How about that? I'm not getting ready to be no man and lay with a woman that look like a man. You understand what I'm saying? You can't look like
because she truly looks like she wears
boy shorts.
Just like
she wearing long boy shorts, basketball shorts, tennis shoes, slide-in slippers, and then she's wearing wife beaters with no brassiere. Who the hell want to look at that when they lay down?
Nobody.
Only a man that hell might like men. I said
it. And that could be a possibility. I mean, he's been in jail quite a bit. But, I mean, and then I've heard things about their water supply. It's really dirty, and so she clearly doesn't look like. Well, he said it himself. She doesn't like to take showers, which is why he had a shower.
That means he likes funky cat.
Yeah, that
mildew.
That's a whole different type.
That's what we used to say back in the day. Just mildew. Oh, smell like mildew.
I got a real big issue with smells and people and body.
Let me tell you something about Queen. I know when I need to take a shower, just like any human being knows, and I don't even like being on my sheets knowing I haven't showered. Without sweating or whatever, I don't even want to get in my bed. You know what I'm saying? Knowing I was out perspiring. I'm just funny like that. Not saying I haven't done it, but I still feel funny sitting on furniture in a bed knowing I had perspired. But you got people right now that go out here and sweat, soaking hair wet, smelling like old damn wet dog and crawl right in their bed, dusty.
Right, and she's made it very clear she doesn't like air conditioning.
Well, she just nasty.
So that's
you don't like bathing. You don't like bathing, which means you're funky. Then 2, you don't like air conditioning, which also makes you sweat. And she's a nasty heathen. That's a nasty girl, as they say in Alabama.
Nasty girl.
A girl.
They don't even look clean. Now I'll give Don a little credit and say you can tell when he did certain interviews on the news that you could tell he was like freshly showered.
Well, he probably like a fresh shower and his hair clean. But see, that lets you know there's something wrong with Don, that you walking around, your children look unkempt, and you go take a shower, but you got unkempt children and your woman is unkempt. Why would you live like that? Why would you subject yourself to being with a person that don't like to take a bath, cut their hair? People, your kids and shit running around with cooties and lights and all that. That's crazy.
Now, they do like to cut hair, Queen.
Well, who cares about you cutting your hair and you still got cooties? Cooties still travel whether you cut your hair or not.
And that's the only reason they were cutting it, probably.
Dishes and all that. Lights just don't go away because you cut your hair off. Doesn't work like that.
Right. And I truly think that's what they were.
You have to still wash all that stuff in hot water. You got to wash all your plates and dishes. And they don't strike me as nobody washing dishes, vacuuming, throwing out stuff, taking stuff out, and putting it in the damn hot water to wash.
No, absolutely not. I mean, truly, I do believe those boys are probably living their best life right now. Just thinking about, having an actual bed.
Very comfortable. Let me tell you, I don't know how they're being treated.
I don't either.
I'm sure they are very comfortable in air conditioning, change of clothes, private restroom, private bedrooms. They are probably enjoying that. How could you not?
And especially never having those things.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's my point. There is nothing like a warm bed with clean sheets and a pillow and covers and air conditioning and cable, Wi-Fi. There's nothing
air
like
conditioning.
It.
Yep.
Plumbing,
I mean, I can imagine.
Being able to go in the restroom, shut the door, do your business, come out, take a shower, brush your teeth. There is nothing like amenities.
Nope.
Nothing like it. And I would trade it for nothing in the world.
Oh, no. And just the basics in life, I don't think, they ever got to, learn, the shower, the brush your teeth, the things like that. They were never taught those things. Having clean sheets on your bed, having air conditioning. I mean, I get air conditioning is not important to everybody. I'm here to tell you it is very important to me.
Now, what is Fixing Two in the chat talking about?
Well, I'm still hoping
that all is correct with Miss Q's math. I can say that Jody Sue was screwed out of $50 from the JSB, whoever that is, from the gift card I sent specifically to her. But that's because 423 Chase is a known thief. Fixing Two, what are you talking about? You screwed out. I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, if it was sent to 423 Chase, it really doesn't have anything to do with Q.
That's why y'all shouldn't be sending people stuff, see? Stop it. Anybody listening to this live, don't send nobody nothing. If you're leery about who they are, them being genuine, don't send them money. Don't send them a super chat. Don't send them a sticker. Don't send them a donation for another person. Don't send them a gift card. Just don't send them anything. Just listen to the content. And at some point, you don't like and jive or whatever they're saying, then check out. People do it all the time. Just don't send anything.
Ooh, Mary, me too. It makes me itch just thinking about it.
You damn right, because I've been not see nothing up in mine crawling ever. I will burn this place down. Do you hear what I said?
Oh no, I believe you. Like that.
I will light a match.
Yep. I mean, throw away everything.
I see a bed bug. It's about to be an inferno up in here. The queen ain't going. I will not put up with no bed bugs. And no, as my aunt called roaches, brown brothers. 4 years ago, she said that. She said, "Oh my God, who want to put up with the brown brothers?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" So then I put two and two together. That's what she calls roaches, the brown brothers.
I mean, I'm here. I have long hair, and I'm here to tell you, with my hair being long, of course, hair falls out. I can be in the bed and feel a piece of my hair on my leg and freak out. So I can't imagine having bugs, and no, that just wouldn't work at all. Oh, Valerie's Corner says that the gift cards were given to JBS, excuse me.
I ain't about to do none of this. No bed bugs, no lice, no fleas, no rats, roaches. It's all the same. They're all in the same group, in my opinion. Fleas, all of it. Lice, bed bugs, mice. It's all the same to me. A critter. I don't want to be bothered with a critter.
No. And the lice is clearly just not from them taking care, proper.
Yeah, that's personal hygiene when you get lice.
Yeah. Now I can remember in school, which was the weirdest thing. Ugh, it was so gross. They would check your hair, where I went to school for lice. Because I do truly know that people that are clean can get it from other people.
Yeah, if you're around people that have it, it's going to be spreadable.
Right. So, it's school and thing. And I can remember that was the strangest thing.
You're sharing a bed, a couch, a sofa.
I can remember going home and saying, "Mama, they checked my hair today." Because other people in class would get it. So they would do that.
Well, let me tell you.
That was so offensive to me.
I'm African American.
Oh, no, well, then you good to go. Oh, yeah, and you won't.
I ain't never been around nobody that had no damn head lice.
When my son was in, my son was in daycare before he started real school. There was an outbreak. They had posted something, and that's exactly what my mother-in-law said. She's like, "He's good. You don't even need to worry about it."
I'm so glad. Thank you, Jesus.
Yep. Any oil, if you have any oils or anything like that in your hair, apparently.
Yeah. Because Black people, we have oil in our hair, so that's one thing that helps fight head lice. But my thing is, I don't want to be around nobody that's just got poor hygiene, period, because you're susceptible to catch germs. And that's the reason why we're sick now. We got all this covina and different monkey paw flu because people are nasty. You got cross contamination. That's why I said it's a wonder we all ain't dead from cross contamination, because people are nasty. They're filthy. They're grabbing the door handles and this and that and the boogies at the grocery store, and then people sneeze and cough and stuff's airborne. It's just really a wonder we're just all not dead. I'm telling you, or sick.
Yep, especially when I think about fast food. I don't even want to talk about it really.
Yeah, nasty people working fast food. I tell people, if you see how some people live, you would never eat out. Because those same people go work in restaurants and retail. People with filthy, nasty houses go work at the counter. They're cooking your food. They're working at the drive-through window. They're stocking the shelves. And that's what people don't realize when they're out shopping. A lot of those people that work in those restaurants, they are disgusting.
Yep. I can deal with a lot of things. But the hygiene, I mean, that I will say that is one of the pluses. I'm not a big fan of working at home from now. But not being in the office and having to deal with certain things.
Yeah.
Is so, I mean, like I can remember there was one girl, I could tell you, because, Caucasians are different. So we have to wash our hair every day. I could tell you that
I read that white people don't have to wash their hair every day. You all choose to wash your hair every day. They
No.
they say you can go 2 to 3 days without washing your hair.
And now you probably could, but who won't? I mean, I'm that person. Okay, me and my son went and ate Mexican the other night. That's all I could say as soon as we got in the car. I smell like it gets in your hair and it stays.
Well, food does when you cook and you're in a place where stuff's been fried and greased. It's in your pores. It's all in your hair. Skin.
Yeah, no, I can't, but I can smell it and I don't like it. I mean, yeah, I can't do that. So yes, now my mom, she can go 2 to 3 days without washing her hair. She says her hair does better when she does. Not me. I'm absolutely the opposite. I'm going to wash my hair every day. There's no reason for me not to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The texture of white people's hair is different, so I'm assuming that is the reason why most white people wash their hair often, because you have elasticity in your hair. But it's probably not good for you every day to.
No, it's probably not. It would probably be better
because it's stripping your hair. Everybody knows shampoo. It has its own. It's a stripping. It strips your hair.
That's why I see all these grays these days. But yeah, no. But I've always and people with
shampoo. What I would do is, if I was going to be washing my hair often, I would just do conditioner. And then the days when I really have, if you were really sweating, if you have white hair, then do a shampoo and a conditioner. But just wash it with conditioner.
It's the smells that get to me. Like, I want to be able to have clean. And like, if I wear my hair down, I'm really good for running my fingers through it constantly. It's just a habit. So, of course, that will, make it more oily and things like that. So, I don't know. I've always been like that. I'm always going to wash my hair. Now, my mom and my sister, they'll go 2 days.
My hair has just been washed. Let's see. Yesterday was what? Thursday. So, I did it Wednesday. I colored it, washed it, and it still smells good and still smells fresh because I've got it wrapped around my head, in a wrap and pinned up with a barrette. And it's nice and clean and bright red.
And you did it when?
Wednesday morning. Mm-hmm. So it's just not even 2 days. And I can still smell the conditioner shampoo.
And that's probably just my OCDness. I like to be able to smell.
I'm not doing any heavy sweating. Now, if I probably was doing heavy sweating, it probably was, might have a little odor or whatever, but I haven't really perspired. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, it is humid over here. It is.
Oh, yeah, trust me. I believe you.
My hair, when I went to that damn park, that campground, I had my hair down underneath that scarf. I could feel my hair was wringing wet and poofy. That my hair had drew up because that humidity was just eating at my hair.
I believe you, because my sister-in-law, we had a Father's Day cookout and we were outside. She'd put her hair up and put this bonnet thing on top of it. She's like, "No, I done straightened my hair and washed it."
Yeah. That humidity here. Yeah. I have the type of hair that curls up, so I can walk out the door with it super straight. If it's humidity outside, my hair will draw up and they'll just have a natural curl to it. and it won't look straight at all.
No, it does this, and now I will say the humidity does the same to mine. But if I sweat or anything like that, I don't know. I just like to wash my hair. But yeah, it does strip it. It would be better to not wash it every day.
4th of July said, I think, 93. But the humidity was at 102.
Yep.
So it's rough here. The humidity is horrible here.
Same. The humidity was horrible here today, too. But the humidity, and that's just nothing but, that's just like damp.
Are you all storming over there?
We were supposed to have thunderstorms today, but we haven't had any yet. We did get a storm last night.
Well, that's what happened tonight. We had thunderstorms, and I know if I go outside right now, it's probably humid. And then we're supposed to get it today, Friday. The weekend is just looking ugly. And I thought, man, I want to this weekend. So I'm trying to decide because we're supposed to get thunderstorms today, and I think Saturday too.
Yep, it says it is supposed to be it's supposed to only be 88 here tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's still 80 degrees right now here, it says.
So right now it's 73.
Oh, so you're cooler, but I don't know if that maybe comes from the mountains.
73. Let's see. What is this? Today's the 8th, right?
Yep. Yes, Mary, I agree. It makes me feel dirty too.
It's gonna be highs 91, 3 p.m. with a little sun, partly cloudy. Then it's gonna start back thundering, rain at 5 p.m. and that's gonna last all the way up till 3 a.m. So much for looking cute.
Yeah, no, that won't be happening.
Then it's going all into tomorrow on Saturday.
Yep, that's what mine shows too.
And it's all 50% at 7 a.m. all the way up into the day, up 4 p.m., 80%. Then slack off 10%. And it's not going to slack off until 12 a.m., partly cloudy, Sunday morning.
No, that's almost like I went to the store the other day.
Yeah,
I was like, Lord, I don't know why I leave the house. All I do is complain. It was so hot. I can't imagine not having air. And
I can't either. Because look at this. I just saw humidity right now at 96%.
Yep, it's crazy. All I do is complain when I'm outside. I cannot stand it. And I love the sun. I will say that. I've always been a sun worshiper. But if you don't give me I needed water. Yeah, give me the water with the sun. Otherwise, nope. I will sit. I mean, the in-laws come to my house. They think I am crazy. They're like, it's freezing in here. My air stays on.
I don't like it too cold. See, I can't do it because I have sinus trouble, so I can't have the rooms too cold.
But see, I'm not cold. It's comfortable to me. And I'm not going to lie. Everybody thinks I'm crazy when they come, but it stays on 68 always. And literally, my brother-in-law, he's really quick to want to hit my air conditioner and turn it up when he's here. You can turn it up 1 degree and I can truly tell. It's just what I'm used to.
106 in Texas. Oh my gosh.
See, no, I'd never make it.
Yeah, I wouldn't make it either.
No.
I would love to visit Texas, but 106. God.
No, like that's not even
temperature, not the humidity.
It's 106, but the feel like temperature or the actual temperature.
So that's how it is here. It was on 4th of July it was 92, 93 or whatever, but it felt like 102.
Now 4th of July night, it wasn't bad here. It was manageable.
On my way down the mountain, I could let the window down on my way down the mountain before it got late. And when it got dark, I could just, because we were still sitting outside with a campfire and the temperature had dropped. God, those kids were so crazy. And I was like, let me get my butt out of here. My cousin's daughter, she had roasted a marshmallows. When she pulled that marshmallow up, I said, girl, that thing is damn black. You're going to eat that black marsh? Yeah, I'm gonna eat it. And I was like, why would you want it that black? It's charred. So her little friend, she looked like she was biracial. She said, you know, you're not supposed to eat that marshmallow that black, that burnt, that burnt. And I agreed with her. I didn't think that was safe eating a marshmallow that burnt. Because when she pulled it up, I didn't see nothing white except for a corner. Barely a tip was still
Probably tastes like
a
ash.
marshmallow. Yeah, I didn't think that was safe to eat.
But she ate it anyways.
She sure did.
They
She
don't
sure
care.
did. I said,
Oh,
I'll
no.
pass. Little babies, they were crying, wanting the marshmallow with the graham crackers, and they couldn't get it on the fire fast enough. I was screaming. Because those little kids, those little boys, they were just like screaming for the marshmallows and graham crackers.
No.
Yeah, they were wanting that munch on. But it was nice up there. Gatlinburg is nice. It really is.
I like Gatlinburg.
There. I said
My
I was gonna
aunt got married in Gatlinburg at New Year's time years
with the
ago,
lights
but
and everything. Yeah.
they still had all the Christmas lights up and
Yeah.
stuff. It was so
Yeah.
pretty. I like
Oh
Gatlinburg.
yeah. Oh, when I was coming back down the mountain through Pigeon Forge, honey, I got to see some stuff I hadn't seen before in a long. They had roller coaster rides, and they had the mountain lit up with these bright lights, and I was just like,
really?
"Oh my god, I've never seen this before!" And I was like, "Oh, I wish the fans could see this." It was nice. They had these really bright lights, like blue, orange, pink.
They have outlets there. Yes, I like it there.
Yeah, I haven't been to the outlet malls in a while. That's where my cousin was today. She took the kids shopping, looking around.
I've been wanting to look up their Margaritaville. They have a Margaritaville hotel there.
Okay. They got so much stuff, man. That Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge is just jammed with stuff. You can't see the forest for the trees. That's the honest truth. It's just stuff. Just business. You understand what I'm saying? Just everything is right next to each other. There's just no gap.
I haven't been there in probably 2 years, but I would like to go back. But I would rather go probably in the winter time.
Well, I think I told somebody, I told my cousin, was it yesterday? I said, that's a good place to go buy sheets.
What you mean?
For your bed.
Where at?
At the outlet mall. It used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
Go there buy sheets for the bed.
Mm-hmm.
At the outlet mall, at the Red Roof Mall.
I've never been there.
Yeah, the Red Roof Mall used to have stores that you could buy really nice sheets for your bed. We
used to have a Steinmart here. We don't have one anymore, but they had the best sheets for the best price. We don't have one anymore though.
What store was that?
It was called Steinmart.
Oh yeah, where was Steinmart? It's Steinmart, Knoxville.
They used to have the best sheets. I mean, I think they had one brand that was like $19, and they were great.
Mm-hmm. I'm due for some myself. Lord, we done went from Hollyville to sheets. Let me get my butt off here. It's almost 3 hours, 2:57. Anything else you want to say about this? Leah just came in the chat late. Leah, you want to come up and say something before I check out of here? She came in here. Oh, Mary said, I never heard of those places till Summer Wells. Oh, yeah, you all would love it here. You come up here to Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, and shop and eat out. And it's just so much to do up in those 3 towns. Just shopping, entertainment, things for the children, water parks, slides, rides.
Have you ever been to Asheville, Queen?
Of course. I've been to Asheville. Of course I have.
Okay. Mm-hmm. They have some nice resorts there.
Yeah, I hear Asheville's come a long way.
Oh yeah.
Got a little music, music venues going on in Asheville. It's a more artsy town now.
Yeah, it is. Gosh, I can't think of the place that we stayed that's so nice. But they have some really nice, and at Christmas time and things like that.
Yeah, I said I was going to cross over one day. I just don't like going through the tunnel to get to North Carolina. That's the only thing I don't like. I don't like that drive. I can't do it because I ended up missing my turn the other day going to Gatlinburg, and I ended up taking the scenic route, which is 2-lane, and it was just curvy, And I was
See,
like,
that's how it is us
man.
coming to your way. It's curvy.
Well, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. You got to get to North Carolina to get to South Carolina. It's all the same. You have to go through the tunnel and through the mountain. And it's curvy either way, coming and going. You're going to take the same turns, coming and going. I hate it. I don't like it.
Grove Park Inn. That's the name of the place.
I don't like doing that drive. Huh?
Grove Park Inn in Nashville. That's the place I was trying to think of. That was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. But you got to come over. You got to come over, honey, this way and get your little shopping in.
Well, I need to look at that casino because I swear I seen it pop up on my YouTube WJHL thing. And there's
Tennessee. I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna Google to see.
I'm all about some casinos now.
Thank you, Emma. We ain't talking about nothing. We didn't talk enough about these clowns. You start talking about other stuff. That's what happens when you start talking about roaches and bed bugs, and next thing you know, you talk about sheets and and then the outlet ball. We done went around the corner and back again. Because all this other stuff we talking about is depressing. All this stuff with the summer wells and all that's depressing to me. That's why I ain't missed talking about none of that the past couple of days when I was doing my thing.
It is. It's a lot.
It doesn't mean anything to me. All that drama and stuff. I thought I can't participate in that. I don't care about that stuff.
Nope. And I can't even lie. The school shooting, the summer wells thing,
every day really something negative. There's something negative every day. You count whatever's going on in your own personal life. Why would I need to be indulging in that on YouTube when I can get this ghetto ratchet nonsense with everyday people that I see and talk to? I hear craziness every other day with people I know of. I don't have to be on YouTube bickering with a random stranger about a little girl missing or some kids missing when I can get ghetto ratchetness right outside the door. Literally, I can just go outside and hear people complaining, moaning, keeping up drama, people trying to sabotage you. I don't have to go far for that.
And that's Queen, I'm sorry. Queen, I'm sorry. My son just walked up and he knows who I'm talking to. So he wants me to ask you if you are related to T. Higgins.
I know the family.
She knows the family. Okay. Wait, what was it? Was it the Super Bowl?
I just talked to his daddy yesterday.
You hear that, Braylon?
Yes, I talked to his daddy. His daddy was talking to me in the fussing about some stuff he saw at the Walmart in Turkey Creek.
He just walked in. He said, "That's the one that knows the T. Higgins."
Yes. How old is your son?
He's 11.
Oh, he's 11. Okay.
He's all about some sports.
Well, if I get a chance to see him and take some pictures with him, I'll post it to my community board.
I showed him the when it was the Super Bowl and you had posted the one.
Yeah, with me and him at the friend's house Christmas time a few years ago. Yeah, he's still in college then, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he must have remembered. Yeah.
I had the antlers on.
Yep.
I had the Christmas antlers. Yeah. Small town young man went a long way.
That's awesome though.
Honey, I know, listen, I've been around and know of all kind of folks that have just really excelled and done really well for themselves. Famous people, just like Leonard. He played pro. He went from UT and played pro ball briefly.
Who'd you say?
Leonard Little. You remember Leonard Little? He played for UT. Did
he play football?
With Peyton Manning.
Play football.
My son said football. Is that right?
Yeah. He played with Peyton, and he went off, played pro, but he had gotten in a little discretionary issue with a drunk driving charge. But he lives, if I'm not mistaken, he's in North Carolina living right now. I think he lives in Charlotte. But his mother still lives in Tennessee.
Okay, yeah, we're not far. My sister-in-law's in Charlotte. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, I love to see people doing well. That's the thing that kills me about the YouTube. Like, I didn't come from a world where you knock everybody else down. If I'm doing good, you doing good too.
That world is gone. That world is gone, honey. And let me tell you something.
And it's sad though.
I saw hate firsthand dealing with that car I was driving. People are vengeful and evil. That's why nothing surprises me with YouTube and the vengeance up here with YouTube and all that. That's why I laugh at all the stuff I see in the queue. I laugh and keep it moving because I feel like you are no different than these MFs out here in the street.
No.
And I don't engage. I won't engage.
And that's, I will say, that's one of the things that I found. So, I hate that, it was a bad on Summer's name again, the reward fund. But it also bothered me that someone was that even went that far to put like Q's real name out there. I don't like that kind of stuff. That's not.
Well, my thing is, this is why I kept trying to tell people about dealing with people in general, even if it's not YouTube. You have to be very careful telling people anything about you. Giving your government name, telling where you're from, telling who you're related to, telling people where you live. You don't know people. You're just assuming because you're running your mouth talking about, well, I work here and I live over here on 15th Street. You don't even know who you're talking to. And that's sad. It's sad that we live in a world where you have to be very careful about the things that you are divulging to people, because people will go back and repeat stuff about you, and you will have somebody out here standing outside your damn door ready to cut your damn head off.
Yep. And I mean, it's
car, anything. You don't know who you're talking to. Especially
right. I mean, I watched. Yeah, and I've seen it happen to people on here. I just think that's not.
Yes, Mary. And yes, families are different. People don't get along with their families. Sisters don't like each other. Brothers don't like each other. People don't like their parents, their grandparents. People are ugly now.
Yeah, and it's true. And truly, people are raised completely different.
Yes. I mean, you out here laughing and kiki-kiing with people and telling all your damn business. Oh, I got my stimulus check and I got my income tax and yeah, I did this. And before you know it, you come home, your door's sitting wide open. You better keep your mouth closed. I told my cousin that about her, daughters, young daughters and stuff. You got to be very careful what you divulge to people. You got to be careful about telling people that what you make on your job, your income. You better.
And those are things you never discuss. Like I've always been
exactly.
And like finances. I don't know the way I don't ever.
You gotta tell people you trust your money woes, that you're short on this or you're a little behind on this. You better keep your mouth closed. I'm telling you. You gotta be very careful to tell people.
And that's just not things that you discuss, and it's just not. I mean, but I just think I don't know. Like, I just found it very unfortunate, that her name was put out there. And, whatever, I will say, that kind of comes with the territory of what she did do. So I can go along with that a little bit. But as far as when I think about, the fact that, this person didn't donate, yada, 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 that's so uncalled for. I just, because when it comes, I just didn't really know that people go this real life like this.
Well, I didn't realize how ugly it got. I got a glimpse of how ugly YouTube was when I first talked about Camille McKinney. Because Facebook and all that was just wild and crazy and accusations.
And see, I didn't watch you. Didn't watch you.
But I didn't have any problem with anybody bothering or harassing me until I talked about Cal City. That's when people
When I started watching. That's when I started watching YouTube.
Throwing my channel name out there and criticism and all that. And I thought, these people don't know me from Adam. You're judging me on my opinion of some people that abused a kid and now the kids are missing. That has nothing to do with Angela. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, and there's
those kids didn't just wake up one day and remove themselves as infants from somebody's house. And that's just a spoken word. You believe whatever you want to believe. But I believe everything that the sources told me. They don't have any reason to lie because I know who the source is and I know their connection to the situation. So they have no reason to make this stuff up. They have no reason to make it up. And so far, everything they've said has come to light to show me the children never had a chance. That's obvious. It's not a lie.
Nope. And the mama and the daddy should be freaking ashamed. They should be so embarrassed of their.
But they're not embarrassed. They're not embarrassed. They're not. That's the gist of the story. They're not embarrassed. So that should show you their character when they had their children. See, you're not embarrassed by what you're doing now after the fact. That leads me to believe everything that was said against you when the children were infants.
Yes,
how the expect payout when you never had your children.
Right. And I followed that story. I mean, like every day. And, I don't think it was until I started watching you that I realized that they were taken separately. As far as, yep. And I mean, because that was never made clear. And yeah, it's.
I always told you all, ask yourself, why not? If you want to be transparent about your children being taken from you, you would have no problem telling the whole truth, not the version you want to give that sounds good on paper, but the entire truth. Hey,
right. If
I
you were
have 4 children. I don't have any of my 4 children. I'm not going to tell you that because you're going to look at me different if you find out I have 2 other children and I don't deal with them either.
Right. And a truly genuine person would do that, especially being that we have no idea where these boys even are. And then to do what they are doing now is a whole different level.
That's why I don't understand people who rally behind them even now, knowing that they're suing the state. It's like, suing the state for what? These were your children originally.
Do you think they'll give any money?
You can't logically explain not having 4 children. So that's why I always talk about the living children, because for that very reason, they are living. And you don't ever talk about them.
And same for the Wells. I get the innocent until proven guilty. I get all that. But you have to take into consideration, they lost how many ever children. You don't have any children that you birthed. I don't know how you breathe air. Like, that doesn't make sense. So, no, that none of that makes sense to me. But do you truly believe that they'll get any money from the Cal City case?
The state is never going to allow that. And you're not going to find 12 people that will sit there and get the whole truth, because that's the thing that this female and male are not betting on, is that they're going to bring everybody in to attest to your behavior, every document of an allegation, and you think 12 members are going to give you $40 million. You must be out of your damn mind.
And why are the mothers on each lawsuit? Is it the mothers?
Because they're trying to say, well, I petitioned as well, and they didn't give them to me.
Whatever. It's a joke. I mean, they're I don't want to say they're just as guilty as the West, but they're damn near close.
Somebody's going to ask you, but a judge will ask you. Let's just say it makes it to court. You want me to believe a judge is not going to ask you, well, why didn't you file this lawsuit when your children were living? Why are you waiting until you get information from the state that the children are dead? What are you going to say? What were you doing all those years that you didn't have custody of your children? What are you going to say? Why do you not have your 2 older children? Why didn't the state get your 2 older children? When was the last time you saw your older children? Are you paying child support for your older children? What are you going to say?
The older children, they're not in state's care, are they? They're just not with her, correct?
They are not in state's care.
But she just doesn't have custody, correct?
No.
Yeah,
so that's going to ask you that. Why do you not have custody of your older children? Where were your older children when the state came and got your babies? Bingo card. How the hell are you going to answer that?
As a female, just from, I'll say in my state, it's very hard for a father. I don't know who they're with, so I'll say that as well.
They're with their fathers.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. It's very hard to take custody away from a mother unless you can prove them unfit.
Unfit, exactly. So therefore, the fathers went in and got their children when all this mess was coming out about the babies. They didn't want their girl and boy to end up in foster care. So once again, a judge will ask you, still, why didn't you keep custody of your older children? Where were they when the babies got taken? Why am I going to sit here and think the state wasn't looking for your older children? Stay woke. So I tell everybody, you all don't listen to the information.
And it's sick because it's almost like a come up on some.
The older children are not stepchildren. You all see, you're still not listening. Stop asking me that, you guys. That is a lie she's putting out because she does not want you to know she has 2 older biological children that came out of her womb. They are not stepchildren.
Well, if they were stepchildren, she wouldn't have any ties to that anyways. That wouldn't be her.
But she has to say that because she don't want you all to know the truth, that she has
Well,
2
that's even
older
more sick.
biological children that she does not deal with.
That's another level of sick, to be honest. I mean,
That's what
I
I'm
could never.
saying. You're not
Yep.
focusing on your 2 living. So you're going to focus on 2 children that are now dead. Well, even when the children were missing and nobody even knew that they were dead except for Jacqueline and Giselle, you still were not visiting and calling your 2 living children.
Nope. Yeah. And then to think that they really, to
That's why I kept
file.
trying to tell people that they don't know the story. I've been told the story already. And I believe everything that the person has told me because they don't have no reason to lie. And she knows who they are. That's why she don't want them talking to me. Because she knows this person has no reason to make up nothing about her and her disposition with her children. This person has no reason to make up this stuff. None whatsoever.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, I don't care about what people think of me and my information. I'm going to tell you all the truth because you deserve to know the damn truth. There's no way I would have ran out of breath to let you all know I was their mother if I wasn't going to be transparent about how I lost the children. It's atrocious. Because in the end, you have 2 living children that you don't even talk to, visit, pay child support, nothing. Ask somebody how that makes logical sense, that you're focusing on 2 dead babies, but you don't even talk to the 2 living children. Make it make sense.
Because she's hoping for a come up and to get some money. And
exactly.
That's
off
so
the dead
sick.
children. Because you didn't even think about those boys when they were living to fight for them through the custody, or get custody of them living. You didn't go to the state to file a petition or a lawsuit when they were living. So why are you now waiting to do all this while they're dead?
And even if whatever happened with the boys happened when they were in her custody, and she wants to say she got her life together, you still didn't focus on the ones you could have.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That's a different level.
Because you can't explain that. Because even if you say, well, they didn't give me custody of my babies, they didn't give my mom custody, they didn't give the baby daddy or his mom custody, you still can't explain why you don't have a relationship with your 2 older ones. What does that relationship have to do with the 2 boys? Nothing. Nothing.
Nope.
So that's why I kept trying to tell people, you don't know anything about this woman. Because you can't logically explain having 2 older children that you don't even deal with. Why not? You can scratch the Cal City boys off the table. What is your problem with the 2 older children? What did they do to you for you to feel like you don't want to talk to them, visit them, take them presents, take them out to McDonald's, take them out to the movies? What did they do to you? You never hear her talk about those kids, ever.
Nope. You never have. I think I may have seen a few pictures maybe that somebody had shared, but otherwise no. And then listen to you talk. I wouldn't have known that there was.
That's why I never rallied for her. In the beginning, I had nothing to say about her because I didn't know anything. But then somebody reached out to me to tell me, I want to tell you the truth about who she is and why I don't care for her as a human being. And they went on to tell me she has the audacity to come out and reveal herself as their bio mother, but she put the children in harm's way. It's why she did end up keeping custody of the 2 babies. She doesn't do anything for her 2 older children. So I continued to listen and I watched. So it didn't matter that the source came to me telling me anything about her. I watched her own demeanor, and her own demeanor told the story. I didn't need the source to tell me anything. And I have 2 eyes and I have 2 ears.
Oh, yeah. I was watching you then. I'll never forget one morning you came on and you just laid it down. I'll never forget that.
You're damn right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the mornings. Yeah,
it was early morning.
And I was cussing out a certain YouTuber that was talking all that junk, and I let them know I ain't what you want. You can rally for her if you want to, but you're rallying for her because you're cut from the same cloth. There's no excuse to be walking around with 4 children and you don't have not one.
Well, and that's, I'll say this, that's a sick thing that I've noticed about a few other people on this YouTube platform. You want to rally for missing children. You want to, do all these things.
Yeah.
Where's your child? Where's your child?
Yeah.
That's like a different. That doesn't make sense. I can think of two offhand without naming no names.
But like I said, everybody is going to fall short. But don't rally for people who have been accused of abusing their own damn kids. That makes no logical sense to me. I'm not going to rally for you and there are allegations against you for abusing your own damn kids.
No, that makes no sense. I
mean, the only
my
people that rally for people like that are people who have been in the same predicament. And I've seen that with certain people rallying for those people. Those are people who've been in trouble with the law, had issues with their own children. See where I'm going?
Right. And, I get that there are reasons that people lose their children. But when you put it on abuse being an issue, I feel that is totally completely
it's totally different.
Because if I found that my child was abused, like, I don't know that. Every day that I put one foot in front of the other, it would be to make that child's life better. Yeah. And that's just how it would be.
Why
and
not?
It's hard for me to understand anybody that thinks differently.
But see, this is what makes no sense. When she had all her children with her in her possession, and she knew that she didn't really want to be a parent. Okay, you realize you didn't want to be a parent. Why not just hand the baton over to somebody else so the state wouldn't have came into your business? What's wrong?
I think that she was truly too careless.
I can't do this right now, so I'm gonna let somebody else raise my kids. Why were you still continuously having one baby after the other? See, that's another thing that didn't make no sense. You had one after the other.
Because she's reckless and she doesn't care.
That's my point.
And none of them ever meant anything. Because the fact of losing one.
All these children have different daddies and they're stair-step.
They all have different daddies?
Allegedly. The two older ones don't have the same daddy. Now, they say the last two, some are saying it's the same guy, and then there was rumors that he wasn't the father of both kids. I don't know.
That's what I was about to say. I thought that was at one point in question, and possibly the cousin of the
exactly that was the rumor.
Alleged daddy of the other.
Yeah. That was the rumor. That the two baby boys are not the same, did not have the same father. I don't know. But all I'm saying is your two older ones don't have the same daddy. That's enough for me.
And you can kind of see the track record when you think about the family, when you think about, okay, so when this happened to her, where was her mother? Where was her father? Or where was because I'm here to tell you, my mama with
different children, different baby daddies, she needed a place to live. Where were you not to take her in for her to have all these different children and different baby daddies? See, nobody's addressing what is obvious.
Yeah.
There's no reason for somebody under 30 to have different children and different baby daddies. And nowhere to sleep, and all the children are out their possession. And you want to be put on a lawsuit that it's not adding up.
But what really got me is when you go on a live interview with a news station and you want to sit on this couch. I can almost picture it in my head right now. I want to say red walls in the background, as if you're in this nice home.
And that wasn't even her house. Somebody told me that was not even her house. That was her aunt's house.
I don't even think she had a home, did she? They say she was like
I'm trying to make. You don't know that because that's not the image she's portraying to the news. So if I watch that newscast, I'm sitting here looking at this nice house. You did that as a prop. Let me take the news people to this person's house when I know damn well this is not my damn house.
Yep. And that's sick. That's a joke.
But that's how she's been living. See, that's what people don't seem to understand.
And a lot of people truly rally behind her. Now, I like to give the other one credit. I will say that the fathers, whatever, that has always stood for the boys. Because I do believe that there's a cousin, there's an aunt that may not have known what was going on. She's not very verbal as far as speaking on what the circumstances were. I feel like as far as
so that's going to lead people to believe one thing: you did know something, and you choose not to say something, or you really didn't know this baby mama and all her business.
I think that she possibly didn't know that the information or all the things that were happening, but she knows she doesn't necessarily disagree with the circumstances of why they were taken.
Well,
if that makes any
I'm
sense.
personally not getting ready to ride or die with you for abusing your children. I don't give a damn about you being somebody's baby mama. I'm not getting ready to ride or die with you. Because there's no reason for these kids to have been abused. That's just the bottom line.
No, and I'm not riding with anybody that's had their kids taken. I mean, that makes no sense to me. And, I do believe there are circumstances that happen in life, but that's one too many. And, and like you said, she has kids that she could get in contact with and she chooses not to. Yeah. These kids will see these things. They will know all these things, just like someone said.
Yeah, because ain't nobody thinking about that either. You right. think somebody's not going to tell these kids that those boys are dead?
Right. And just like she's trying to say they're her stepkids, someone had just said,
not a stepkid.
That's like a hurt that a child will never, I can't imagine. She's sick. And then to think that you want to sue the state. I'm glad I finally seen her daddy's face. I will say that. They act like he was so, this big man that, had all this.
My thing is, what's the purpose of him coming out?
For the money that they think they're going to get.
Yeah, well, you see, had you all been rearing her properly, staying on her back to do the right thing as a young person, young adult, she possibly wouldn't even be in this situation that she's in. I'm not saying that you can force a child to do what you want them to do, because once they become grown, they do what they want to do. But if she had actual help with her kids, damn well she would still have all her children in her possession. Why would she not?
And if she didn't, they would
have had them. Somebody would have went to court and asked for them. Exactly. So you
want me to because I can't imagine.
Court, all these different mamas and daddies went to court, and the judge told each person no.
Yeah, I don't. And supposedly, they couldn't miss. I remember it saying they couldn't miss one of the drug classes or something like that she was taking. Regardless,
well, you're trying to get your kids back. Why are you missing them? If you're not in the hospital sick, you have no reason to miss that stuff.
Yep.
I don't get your kids back. That's the point of the story. So they don't have to cater to you. It's just like probation, parole. You're trying to stay free. So don't come here with no half-baked ass excuses about you overslept, the alarm clock, the dog ate the cat, all that type of nonsense. They don't have to cater to you because they feel like if you're responsible and you're trying to better yourself, your circumstances, you're going to do everything you need to do to stay afloat. That's just life.
Right, because if I knew there was somewhere that I needed to be the next day to make sure that, I can get my child back, I wouldn't be able to sleep for worrying about waking up on time.
And that's my point.
And it's just a different level of people.
It's all the same. You do what you have to do by all means necessary to answer your calls, show up. And I believe she wasn't passing her drug tests because damn well it's probably more than parenting classes. She didn't follow through. I don't believe that. And I still don't understand why they prolonged this visitation business with her visiting the kids, because she's alleging the kids were with the West when she saw that they were underweight and all that. I don't know if that's true or not. I want a receipt to that.
Well, okay, maybe they were underweight. Let's just hold off on that a second. What about the femur being broken and all that when they was with you? How do you get to point fingers at somebody else? I realized
nobody's even stood account for that child, the oldest child's femur being broke. See, this is why I said there's bullshit in this story. Where is the person that broke the femur? Why was nobody prosecuted? Why are you knocked up before getting baby number 1 back? Why is baby number 2 taken shortly after birth? See, you can't logically explain any of this. And she's not explaining it. That's why there's smoke.
No, yeah, because honestly, if there were things that happened and maybe I wasn't living the best life and I would tell it all just to make, I don't know. I mean, even whether nobody believes me or not.
Brittany, you can't tell it all when you're trying to hide the truth. Why am I going to
Right,
change?
but that's what I'm saying. Like, if I was truly just, it was hard times and something happened that I wasn't aware of, you would, regardless of how things make you look, you would put it out there. And she's not. She's a joke. I mean, the first time we see you on camera after they say these boys are dead is because you are filing a lawsuit. That's a joke in itself.
Because she stayed missing all last winter and all fall and didn't pop up to here recently. And you want us to believe that you're genuine about your children.
Nope.
You have genuine feelings about now dead babies. There's no way I believe that she's genuine.
No,
because
and I never felt like she was.
Shortly after talking to the news, and it was still cold outside.
I never felt she was genuine when she cried and was, sniffling, hugging that lady outside that day. That was a joke. Matter of fact, she shouldn't have been. I don't feel like she should have been allowed to even be on. Don't let me sound like the West are clear in this by any means, but she shouldn't have been allowed to be even contacting them. They had illegally adopted them. You didn't care for them. Why do you care? Why do you care now?
Yeah. Well, that is the thing that you can't make a lot of these people understand. That's why I tell people you're not looking at the bigger picture, what's obvious. Why did one take so long, you visiting these kids and never getting them back? Why didn't you get them back? Why are you having babies back to back? Why are you having babies taken soon after birth? See, nobody wants to acknowledge that there's something off and that there's negligence. You just want to keep blaming the state, but that makes no sense because one, you got to ask yourself, how does the state even know that you're pregnant with baby number 2?
Right. And it's clear that she wasn't following whatever guidelines that were set for her because, she showed pictures of her with the visitation of the boys, in some facility or whatever. I guess whenever she wants to say they were underfed. So what happened between when you were able to see them to when the West were able to adopt them?
That's what listen.
It's a joke and it's sick.
I don't even try to prove it to people because I don't have to. Everything you need to know is already self-evident. Your children were gone a while to, one, be adopted and then found dead. And those people had those kids in their care a year before adopting them. So see, you can't even explain it logically. They went missing at 4 and 5 or 3 and 4. You understand what I'm saying? That's years you're away from your children. And they are now legally adopted from damn near birth till 3 and 4. Why?
It's sick. And, out of all the people that did rally for her, I didn't see her at any of the search parties as far as the people that did search.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, like, that's the craziest thing, which it is so frustrating to think, though.
What did she tell allegedly, Roro, to tell the people she ain't going to be seen until they find her kids?
That's the most bullshit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
They're not your kids, number one. She's a joke. She's sick, and I hope they don't get it.
I'm not going to show myself or speak to the public until they find my children. So now you come out when information is related that the children are dead, and then you go find a lawyer, you and your mama.
And the daddy is double as dirty as she is because we never heard from him. You didn't
show yourself, and then you the first one to go get a lawyer because obviously they must have contacted him about DNA and all that. That's when I knew something was off then. Because I said, why is this guy speaking now all of a sudden? I smell the rat.
Because they like to say that, he's had such a hard time because apparently he had another child pass away, I believe, in a car accident. Is that right?
I don't know.
Apparently he had another child pass away before we even knew the boys, is what I had seen. But it's a joke. It's all a joke. And these people really think they're going to get money.
Whenever Ryan Ding was going through whatever she was going through with each child back to back, where was he at?
He was, I don't ever, and I could be wrong, but I don't ever remember seeing him.
Well, I'm just saying, but where was he at when these children were taken out of her custody?
He didn't care. And that's what kills me about their whole story. They say they were like illegally adopted.
Yeah, because
They
everybody's
had
pointing fingers at the
no
state, but
notification,
you
these
can't
kids.
explain how one or this one couldn't have came forward to get the children.
No,
so you can't blame the state. You can't blame the state for that, because it is either nobody stepped forward to come get the children, or the state didn't deem these people fit to get the children. And maybe the severity of the allegations against her is one of the reasons why they didn't give custody to the relatives.
Right, but wasn't it the dad, I want to say, that said that he was unaware that they were even up for adoption or something like that?
Well, if that makes no sense. If you're talking to the baby mother, you're dealing with her on some level. You want me to believe she's not telling you what's going on with the court system and the babies?
Well, I have a hard time believing whether she was telling him or not, that the court wouldn't have contacted him at some point to tell him.
But he's in the picture with her at this DHS office with the kids, right? And their babies in that picture. So I'm going to say it again. Why would she not inform you what's going on with the children in her situation?
I truly don't think she cared.
Huh?
I truly don't think she cared. I don't know how old she is, but I think she was truly caught up
she should
in the partying life.
Because I think that she was 27 or 28 when the story first broke.
Well, she was young, but still, she don't know better. And no, I mean, I think she was truly caught up in the partying life, and she didn't have time, and she didn't care, because there's no way you have 4 kids and this type of thing happens. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, because my thing is, there were rumors last year that she was pregnant, and then somebody had to come in the chat the other week and say, "Oh, there was a 1-year-old girl with her at the press conference," and I said, "Well, I don't know who the child is. I don't know if that's a baby she's had recently. I don't know. I don't care."
No,
if that is indeed a new child that belonged to her, have mercy on the child.
Yeah, we probably would have heard of that by now, I'm assuming, but you never know.
She was hiding out, from my understanding. Nobody knew where she was, or what was told to me.
But it was just sick to see the dad, her stand up there. It's all a joke. Where the hell have you been?
I know.
I mean,
if you're so concerned about the child, you are not going to have any problem coming forward to say you're the grandparents.
No, and I've never seen him. No, I've never seen him ever until now. I've heard a lot of things about her father, but I've never seen him until now. And, you don't come out to speak on the fact that, these people are now being charged and they're saying that these boys are deceased. You don't speak on that, but you come out with a lawsuit. I don't even know how they're able to even file a lawsuit, whether anything goes through or not. They weren't your children anymore. They weren't. It's a joke. It's sick. And then
my focus is mainly the timeline. You having children back to back, no relative getting the children. How long it took you going back and forth with DHS, visiting the children. None of it adds up. The fact you don't talk about your living children, the fact you don't take care of your living children, the fact the living children aren't in your custody, you have no relationship with them, that tells me everything I need to know. I don't have to hear anything else.
Yeah, and how do you go, rally for a lawsuit and to sue money, and you've got a child over there that you don't, or 2 children that you don't see? Like, that's it's all a joke. It really is. It's sad.
They're not gonna resent you as they get older and realize you were rallying for some dead babies that you didn't rally for when they were living, and then they're living and wanting a mama, and you just push them to the side.
Yeah, and now you want to say they're not even really yours? They're that's. But they're sick.
But this is the MF that everybody's rallying for. This is the MF that these people are rallying for. That she won't even own her own living children.
No, I don't rally for none of them. I rally for the boys, and I don't agree with either situation. I mean, they're damn near as close as guilty as the West to me.
That's why I don't argue with nobody about Summer Wells, and I don't argue with nobody about Cal City. I've seen all I need to see. There is no argument, period.
I agree. Now I will say the boys give me hope that there will be some answers for Summer, because I really thought we would never know. I mean, honestly, the boys are what brought me to YouTube and got me into watching true crime and all this kind of stuff. It's the honest to God truth. They are the ones. And I never thought we would know. And I mean, what was it, a year and a month or a year and 2 months that we finally got an answer? No, not the answer, but it's crazy to think that they knew all along. They let these people.
But I still blame the state and the detectives for not telling people the kids were dead.
Why not?
Because you can't explain why you held out on that information.
Right. So, okay. So we want to talk about Summer Wells Reward Fund. Same thing. They let people, Duty Ron, all of them, send money on billboards for some boys they knew. That's a lot. And I know that they have to, keep whatever they know close to the vest, whatever.
That doesn't have anything to do with saying, hey, we believe the children are dead, but we still want to find their remains. You didn't have to tell us all the details because it was still an open investigation.
Correct.
But you have a right and a duty to tell the public that you have information that the children were not alive. You had that information like 1 week after they made the 911 call. That's a long ass time.
Yeah, and it is. What was it? 1 weekend?
There's no excuse for that.
No. I mean, because I watch people search, and whether they have good intentions or not, whether they rallied for the mama, it's still
it's
sick that y'all kind of let them do that.
You scratch Ryan Dean and all them, they're not even important. The point is, you knew a weekend of the investigation that the children were dead. You should have told the public.
And hey, when do they go to court?
The 25th of this month.
Oh, I swear it is publicized, and I hope that we can watch and we get all the answers we need.
Because I think it's going to be very disturbing.
And I agree. I'm not sure that I want to know everything, but I truly believe we deserve to know everything. So many people, and it's sick when I watch things like this, because I think that so many people care more than their actual parents. The same for Summer, same for the boys. Yeah. It's gross. I don't know. It's hard to understand people, but I truly hope.
I just think it's going to be so terrible that it'll make your stomach turn, and that's what I think.
And it's very possible that they do have the kids, or whatever the situation was, not confessing, but telling the story on like maybe video. They probably may not be able to be brought to the stand, but I remember watching, it was actually Tennessee. I can't think of the little boy's name. I don't know that they ever found his body, but they did charge the dad. I can't think of his name, but one of his siblings, they did show the recordings of the brother being interviewed. I don't know who the people even were that were interviewing, but whatever. So it's going to be sick to know, but a lot of people care for these people, and it's sad to think that so many people did so much with the billboards and whatever else, and they had no idea. That's what kind of bothers me about the police in that situation.
What they're going to say is, well, children were dead. You have verification that they're dead, but it's still an open investigation. That's all you had to say.
I agree.
Another thing that's going to factor in is, did you still allow Jacqueline and Giselle West to still visit the children knowing that the boys were dead? Bingo card.
And I'm sure that they, you mean the other, boys, I'm sure that they did, because think about it. I don't know how they could.
That's something they haven't revealed a couple months ago, is when did you stop letting them see the children? Or did
I can't imagine that they could have denied them that.
Yes, you could.
That they technically not have been charged.
If you have knowledge that the boys are dead, there's no way you, in your right mind, you're supposed to be letting them see the other children if indeed the children are the ones that told you that they helped kill the kids. How are you going to let them go see the other children, and you aided them in killing their own damn brothers. How is that
and
right?
The only thing that I could think is that they let them see them. It was like, there was some sort of recording device in there. They were hoping something would be said. But yes, it's very sick to think that they did get
Once they told you how the boys died, one of the kids or more, you had an obligation to protect them, and you had no reason to let them ever have visitations with those boys. Ever.
And so there's no date been said of when they last seen the kids.
Nothing has been said about when the last time they actually visited the children, just that the prosecution petitioned for them not to have access to the children in foster care. But it's never been revealed when they actually last saw the boys.
And I truly feel they have solid evidence. I know a lot of people said stuff about what the DA said that day. I think she spoke her mind, and I think they've got a solid case. I truly
The thing is, people don't know what's been told to them. They don't know what the children told. They don't know what physicians have told them. They don't know what neighbors have told them. They don't know what other outside people have told. You just ain't heard them being on YouTube and Facebook running their mouth, but you don't know who's been talking.
And I still want to say,
you don't know what they seized at the house. You don't know what was seized from the cars. You don't know what was seized from Wanda West's house or anywhere else. They've outlined all that. You're talking about many seizures, searches outside of Bakersfield, Cal City. So you don't know what's been gathered.
And it's interesting to think that, in a way, I mean, I definitely know. I feel like, if Wanda, the 19th is in my head. I don't know if that's the correct date, but supposedly they were with you on the 19th because they dropped him off, supposedly, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, how are you
they asked her to stay at the house. So now you got to question, what was the motivation between her staying at the house? Was it just to visit? Was it to keep the kids, invite her over? So one would think you wanted her to keep the children. And I would think it's possible because you were getting ready to dispose of those other babies, or one or two, or both.
Yep. But did she not say that she saw them that day?
What day is that?
The day that they took the other kids.
Well, she couldn't have seen them. Remember, the other children she had the other children. So she would have had to see them that weekend.
Well, and truly, she didn't see them at all because they'd been dead.
Well, ting.
So it just makes me wonder, I get they want to get the two major people that are involved, but but
you can still loop somebody else into the
right. That's kind of what I'm wondering.
If you can show that they had conversations where you are not telling the truth about the other boys, you can still bring them into the charge, the mother.
Yep. And I don't disagree with that being done.
You don't know exactly what she told law enforcement, Wanda West. So therefore, it depends on what she's told them in the interrogation when she last saw the children. And then if you're going to go back in time and say the children have been dead for 2 months, and then she tells you, well, yeah, I saw them yesterday, or I saw them 2 days ago, you already got her in a lie if you have evidence that the children have been dead 2 months. You couldn't have said.
No.
So why are you lying?
And just going back and watching that.
If you're lying that you saw them, then that means you have knowledge that they are dead. There's no way you can talk your way out of that.
I truly believe that she may have really known. I don't think a lot of people knew, but
no, I don't think a lot of people knew. But the mother, Miss West, knew something, because, like I just said, if Wanda West told the police that she saw those children right near Christmas time, she is looped in as an accessory. There's no way you can say. There's no way you can say she's not involved, because you have no reason to lie and say you saw the kids when the children have been dead for months. That means you had knowledge that they're dead. There's no way you can say I didn't know, because the first thing they're going to say is, "Well, then why are you lying if you know you ain't seen
it?" It'll be very interesting. It's sad. It's so sad. I mean, the boys were failed all around. You really like to think that, once, there's a situation when people go into foster care that,
they were doomed from the womb.
They were. And that's the one thing I think about sometimes, though, when it comes to the boys, is I truly pray that they are living a good life now. And it's nothing like, going into the foster system like,
they're well
the
taken care
boys.
of.
Because
the people are taking care of them. They're treating them well because, see, you have to use, as I said, deduction. You don't have a guarantee that these boys are going to stay together till each turns an adult. It's highly not possible.
right. And one of us kind of the age, I don't want to say he can't be saved, but in a way, maybe not. Like, you know what I mean? He's seen too much. He's already hit like kind of the teen years. So
yeah, but you got to focus on the family. Who's to say that where they place them that they want 2 kids, they want 3 boys? You're talking about 3 boys. Who's to say that went to somebody's house? Maybe they don't want 3 boys. Maybe they only wanted 1. Maybe they only wanted 2.
And that's gonna I mean, because I ain't gonna lie, I ain't got but 1 boy.
Yeah.
And he's a handful. I surely don't want 3 of them.
You don't know if they went to a house. You don't know if they went to a house that also had other children. So you have to factor all that in.
Right. It's a lot. I just truly pray that they have something better, because the West case is so sick that it's sad to think, going into the foster system, it should have offered something so much better.
Yeah, because the oldest one is about 13 years old.
I think he may be 12 or 13 now. Yeah.
So guess what? 9 times out of 10, he's gonna foster out as an adult.
I couldn't imagine.
Especially if he has developmental problems, he's not acting appropriately, and he ends up going from house to house, showing out, doing this, get thrown in detention, don't straighten up. There's that likely chance that he could leave out of there 18 years of age into the adult world, and then that's even worse because now he's on his own.
Yeah, and I do think about the older son a lot, because I do feel like, I mean, I can remember myself at that age. So I feel like the way he's lived, that there may be no turning back for him.
Well, so we just have to pray, because we don't know the circumstances. Everything is gossip right now. People saying, oh, I heard this about him. He ain't doing well. He ain't this. We don't know because ain't nobody telling the truth.
We don't.
But you have to use, as I said, deduction in the foster care system, the issues that children have. You also got to count the people taking care of the children. Are they vibing with the children? Are there other children staying in the house? See, nobody's counting those factors. It's those little things to determine if that boy and the other children can even stay at the damn house.
Yep. And, that's a lot on a person, even to take in 3 kids and then... What are the laws?
They may not even want the 3.
Right. So in Tennessee, do you know is there a law, like, as far as once someone goes into, I mean, I don't even know what the law is for my own state, but once they get into foster system, if the parents don't comply, that they are...
That's any state. You don't comply within the timeline, the state petitions for full custody of the children. That's every state.
Do you know what the timeline is for Tennessee, though?
Yeah, it's under 2 years.
Okay.
It's about up to 18 months from the initial date the children go into foster care.
Yeah.
So depending on the allegations against the parents, depending on them complying, there's a timeline. So you got to count right now, it's 1 year, and neither parent has the children. That's now coming up a year, they don't have their kids, because July will be a year. They didn't get the kid, that they relinquished the rights. I think it was the end of July when the rights were
so we're pushing that now.
We're pushing a year. That's a long time.
And honestly, I mean, I feel like even if they've not up until this point, and they just try to get it together this month, I think it's a lost cause.
Yeah. So you got to also, what I just said, you don't know the allegations. You don't know if she's complied. You don't know what else they found in the investigation, because with all this he said, she said, ain't no telling what else people that went and told. Now she's missing in action. What in God's name would make you think she is going to get custody of the boys?
No, I don't think
she's missing. Why would you be missing if you know you're trying to get your children back? So these are things I tell people, they don't ask. pertinent question.
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, and I have no faith in either one of them. However, the best thing she could have done is stayed her ass on that hill, continued to get that house in order for when Dawn did come home, and all of that kind of good stuff, made everything look good, so just on the outside looking in, it at least looks good. Even on the outside looking in, it looks like shit. We already know your shit.
She could have gone and got housing on her own and claimed just herself and asked for custody. I mean, housing for for all 4 children, and just put Summer on as if she's living. You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
And she would have had no problem getting housing. See, that's what a smart person would have done.
I have a question for you.
She should apply for housing. What?
Do you feel, a lot of people feel like very strongly that Don will be brought on charges for his stepsisters. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't think about it much. I mean, we mentioned this the other day in the live. I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see it happening.
I'm gonna put it like this: if charges are brought forward, I don't think he will be convicted.
I do. I completely agree with that. Because how do you prove that?
They might be able to ring up the charges, but convincing 12 members to say put this man behind bars, that will be the issue.
Right. Because so many people, I've watched, of course, many channels say, oh, he will not be released from wherever he is now because he will immediately be expedited to.
But you got to convince 12 people on a grand jury to even indict. So see, before it can go to a trial, you still got to have 12 people to bring forth the indictment. So first you got to get 12 to say, yeah, I think he should come up on the charges. Then it goes to a trial. So you got to first get 12 to say yay on an indictment. Can you get 12 to say, yeah, I think he's guilty of molesting this one. Because they're going to take
40 years ago at that.
They're going to interview people. They're going to probably want to talk to the women. All that.
And at 40 years ago, that's where I get stuck. Like, what kind of proof could you have?
You won't. You're just going to have people saying, yeah, I knew that he touched her. Yeah, she told me this when she was young. That's all you're going to have is somebody's version.
And I don't believe that
But he's talked on the lives, so that could seal him.
Okay, but at the same time, you could say that. And yes, he has. Then he has somewhat admitted to it.
I mean, he's admitted it. So that would be the only thing that they could use as proof is he's admitted it.
However, you've continued 40 years, and I'm not saying it's okay. That's not what I'm trying to get out here. But 40 years of this same person's life, she's continued a relationship with him.
And that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem with you coming forward late. Because the first thing somebody's going to say, if you're so traumatized, you wouldn't have anything to do with him.
Right. And you record calls with him and you have normal conversations and things like that. And you talk about your other sibling.
But before she went missing, you were talking to him. So
no, they talked after.
How were you talking to him if you were traumatized by him?
Yeah, see, now I don't see it happening. I really don't. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be, that person that I don't believe that that's what happened to her. I have no idea. It's not my business. But I really don't believe that he'll be charged with that.
Mm-hmm. He probably
I truly don't.
Because that's the thing about an allegation. You can't say you feared somebody for years. You can't say they traumatized you. You can't say, I think they did this to the child and that's why she's missing. But yet they're going to go investigate to see what type of relationship you had with him before the little girl went missing. If you were talking to him once a week, once a month on the phone, he visited out there, y'all sat in the same house, went out to eat. The first thing somebody's going to say is you didn't have any fear of Donna Wells.
The only one thing that does make me, from everything that's been said, that I feel like could be some sort of evidence that could stick would be there was a story that she told whenever something allegedly happened to her one time when she was young, that one of her friends drove her to the police station and she filed something, but however the dad, which was actually her stepdad, Don's dad, made her recant it the next day. So but who would even know if that's still on record? Because at this point, how wouldn't it be hearsay, So I don't know. It's a big old mess, and I feel like a part of me really hates it.
But you're going to be judged according to your behavior after the fact. If you're talking to somebody, it's no different if it was somebody your same age. If you're talking to them, dealing with them, you're going to have to prove that you were fearful. And the first thing somebody's going to question is, how can you be fearful if you're dealing with them?
I mean, and how fearful are you when your wife
are afraid of their sadists? They will not go around them. They will do their best to not be in their company. Now, you can't stop if it's somebody else's house and you're in that house and the person's in there. You don't have no control. The only control you have is walking out.
Right. But as an
adult, they're going to say, well, you're grown now. You're not a child. Why didn't you walk out when he walked in? Why didn't you go in another room?
Yeah. It's a lot. And I kind of hate sometimes that was brought into the Summer case because I feel like it put allegations.
I got a feeling she dealt with him beforehand, and that is what it's going to be asked. If indeed this goes up to the next level, you still had a relationship with your sadist. Why?
Yeah. I mean, Candace felt comfortable enough to make up a story and call you for help, supposedly, when he was taken by the feds.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If you don't have a relationship with them, why would you be the one? There's a lot.
Your telephone number.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I just kind of really hate that got put on Summer in a way, because we have no.
Yeah, and that's verification. Nobody would have ever assumed anything in that nature between Summer and him had those sisters never came out and spoke.
No, and that goes back to the showering.
According to their interview and their behavior on YouTube, you would have never had this testimony about him touching them as kids.
Right, and like I said, the showering thing they've all associated with that. I don't believe, of course, everything Don says, but there are some truths I do find. I don't necessarily believe that the showering was I don't know. It could have been very inappropriate, but I could also believe that Candace doesn't shower like he said in that recording, and that he wanted Summer to be clean before she got in bed. I can believe that. I mean, no, my husband never showered with my child at that age, but they clearly live different than all of us.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing.
Yep.
You got to bring a receipt of any allegations that somebody was inappropriate with the children.
Yeah, I'll just be laughing. This is all over. I can't wait. I mean, I really can't.
That's why I would love an ending to her story.
This story, I feel like once we know, it's not going to end. Like, I feel this is going to go on and on for some. I mean,
that's why the truth needs to be revealed so it can stop. All this BS with these jack-o'-lanterns. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? All these jack-o'-lanterns. It can stop once they get an arrest. That way, all this extra could possibly be put to bed. All these extra YouTubers, all these extra busybodies, just put it to bed.
It's really sad. It's crazy to think that a 5-year-old child is truly out there and nobody knows where she is. And I don't know.
That's the whole point. I don't think she's alive. You have that rare case.
Definitely not.
Human traffic or sold, but it would be too risky to be holding her.
Right. And the trafficking is very real. I do know that. That altogether is honestly hard for me to wrap my mind around. I will say that.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think something.
But I don't believe that.
but I don't think there was no trafficking. The only way I would think that something was done deliberate and planned is the fact that you can't find her. That would lead me to think that this was orchestrated possibly longer than a day's worth of planning. Because the fact that you haven't even found her will lead me to think that maybe this was orchestrated.
But and then I think about, oh my God, this brings me to Brian Laundrie. There was massive searches for him. I mean, like crazy. And he was right there.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, I want to be like, you guys need to recheck. You need to recheck everything.
Under their nose, he was right there.
He was right there.
But the water was up high, so that's why they didn't see him.
But and I watched. There was one good one interview I watched that somebody did. It was not a channel I prefer, but however, he walked through trails in the woods, and I'm like, oh my God, we're never gonna find her. Like, how would you? It's a lot, but I don't believe
it's dense. It's very dense here during the summer, because of the terrain and the woods and stuff. And that's the whole point. She could be right in plain sight, but you're not gonna know because it was summer when she went missing.
Yep. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There's times I sit on my deck and I look out in my woods, and I'm like, how would I look for somebody? Because there's
in plain sight. That's why you have to have a scent dog and giving something of the person for that very reason. Because with high, tall trees jumbled up together, tall grass, the possibilities are endless.
But I truly. And I could be so wrong on this, and this may be just not knowing enough about the scent dogs. I will admit that. I truly believe that the way that they lived, as far as the cleanliness in the home and things like that, that whatever they get, because you truly have to, rely on whatever they give for the scent. They have no idea if that really has her scent. However, they were not the cleanest people. We can all say that. So I feel like there was a lot of cross contamination on whatever they possibly could have gave, that it wasn't that trackable, if that makes any sense. I know they say they tracked her to the end of the road, whatever. Yeah. But they also say there's footprints. Who freaking knows? Yeah. I don't know. It's a lot.
Yeah, but those are things that's not been verifiable.
Right. Right. But I mean, if you tracked her per Ronnie Lawson, you tracked her to the end of the driveway or the dog trail, whatever he wants to call it, and they lost her scent, that makes me think, okay, well, did someone put her in a vehicle?
Yeah, that's the only way you would have lost the scent.
Right. So, and then there's been claims that there are cameras at the end of the road. Okay. Well, all the cars that came in and out that day. But I truly believe when they first came to the house that day that they treated as she wandered off. And it wasn't until, I don't know, 24, 48 hours that they assumed that there could be foul play. I don't think that they initially, because in my opinion, you should have impounded every damn vehicle on that property. Watching forensics.
They searched all that stuff though. That was
they searched the impounding.
Because you're going to search that initially anyway because it was so much stuff on the property. There's no way I'm going to believe that when they first got there, they wasn't looking underneath stuff going in the school bus. They'd have to because there's so much stuff to not look in it.
Yeah. Now, if you do go to the TBI website, there is a TBI newsroom, I think it's called, and you can go to Summer Wells, and it tells you every single thing that they did check, and then there's a question and answer things like, did you check this? And they list information underneath it. So that was very helpful.
They did a thorough search of all items that were on the property. She naturally wasn't found in any of those items.
Right. But then, I mean, I don't know. Did you do a luminol test in the home?
Yeah. Listen.
They didn't.
Yeah. Listen. Come on now.
I know, because I'm like, TBI found young golf killers, so come on now.
You know damn well they did a thorough search of the property. Anything, manhole, well, bus, school, car. They checked the basement. They checked the crawl space. They checked under the house, if there's any openings, you know damn well they checked the walls. You know damn well they didn't do luminol. You know.
You think they did do luminol?
This is TBI because this is TBI and the FBI. So I'm not going to sit here and think they have not. Candace even told you they've been up there searching at least 7-8 times.
So you do believe they did luminol testing?
Why would they not?
I don't know. I don't know.
You want them to tell you that, but they don't owe you that.
No, I know, and I agree. Just something about
there's no way with a missing person, you're not going to test for luminol. Come on now.
No, and when it was her 1-year anniversary, and one of the local news stations that I subscribe to said that she was the only active, this really hit home to me. It was on the 1-year anniversary. One of y'all's local news stations said she was the only active Amber Alert in the whole country. That made my stomach turn. The
girl, listen, that lady told it days into the investigation. We have not seen a case like this without no info.
Leslie Earhart, yep.
So that should have told you right there that more than likely this was planned.
Yeah, and I will say you could see a little tension on when they did speak on the anniversary of her.
Because they're not going to tell you something like that if it was false. Because most child abductions are parental, custodial. They're not random people just taking kids. It's not saying that random people don't kidnap kids. We know they do.
But not there.
If she's telling you we had nothing to go on, then she's speaking from experience that there was nothing to go on. That they haven't seen a case like that with nothing. That's what we need a sane person to believe that it was planned.
And I do believe it.
Whether it's planned that day or planned another day, I don't know. But you have nothing, then that's what leads me to believe that it was planned. See, because it's just no way. You have nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Do you believe they passed their polygraph? Or you just think they're telling us they did?
No, they didn't pass the polygraph.
I don't believe that either. I mean, because, the police are allowed to lie, whatever.
Why I know you didn't pass the polygraph? Because you have 3 different versions out about what happened to her on June 15th. And those versions came from Candace or Don and related to law enforcement. 1, she went missing in the basement. 2, she was playing outside. That's per TBI. 3, she wandered off. The police is not getting to make up those versions about your child.
And there's a reason they won't release that damn 911 call from
because it's part of the investigation, see?
Yep.
They're not going to nobody know what she said in that call. Or him, because allegedly he talked too. They're not getting ready to let that be repeated.
Yeah, no, it's a big old mess, but
it's probably similar to the versions that was given after the fact. It's probably all over the place.
It is, because the mother went for a walk or a run or whatever they said. I do, but with hearing that part, as far as the mother, whatever, went off for a walk or a run, and putting random pieces together from things that people have said, and supposedly the TBI, this is of course not proven, the TBI asked her why she left the driveway twice that afternoon. It makes me feel like wherever she is, she's not far.
I never heard that.
This was from somebody that used to really support them's channel, said that was asked once he turned on them.
Once who turned?
But when the YouTuber that used to really support them turned on them, said that was one thing that TBI had asked Candace.
And how would you know what TBI asked her?
I guess maybe supposedly she had said something to him. But I do believe if there's truly that camera at the end of that road, that is how they would know that, even if the metadata doesn't match up. and which would mean, because supposedly in Candace's work,
listen, the camera is where?
The Candace is at a house on Beach Creek, supposedly, which is at the end of Ben Hill Road, is what they're saying. So supposedly it is said that she left the driveway twice. So it's known that supposedly she came down the end of the driveway. She says, and supposedly Jody Sue says she's talking to Don on the phone. He says she's missing. Candace's version that she told online that night was, I drove all the way back into the holler as far as she can go. That doesn't even make sense, because if you go right out of her driveway, that's not a getaway. You're driving into there's nowhere to freaking go other than to the holler. So it makes no sense. So I truly hope there's some evidence.
I guess that's the same lie that Giselle told, that he went and looked for the children.
Yeah, and I can recite everything they said.
If that's what she said, that's the same line. Because remember, he and Leslie went and looked too, but he already knew they was dead. So this was the day they chose to say the children are missing, and I'm still wondering about that to this day. Why did they choose that day?
I would love to know, because like literally, you have to, when you think about it, and watching the interview back, it all makes sense, because I can literally recite the whole freaking 13-minute interview they had. They had to have hyped their self up for this. How do you prepare for something like this? I mean, because it's possible, honestly.
If you read David, they were trying to come up with a lie back in, what was that, October, September. So therefore, they've been practicing for months. And that lie was supposed to have been spun months beforehand.
And with COVID and all those things.
They didn't. See, that's the whole point. See, that's another question. Why were they practicing to tell that the children were missing back then, months before, but then went with the lie in December? Because I got a feeling somebody was asking questions, or they got scared back then. They either planned to kill
them. There had to have been something that made them do that.
Because the timeline is in the affidavit, they were planning to kill the children back then. So why did they not report them missing?
Haven't read that. I haven't read it.
It's an affidavit that they planned it, that they planned to say that the children were missing, but they didn't. The children actually got killed months beforehand, but why didn't they go through with the reporting the 911 then? Something made them not report the children missing. They waited 2 months. Why?
There's something. There had to have been something. Because honestly, with the COVID,
that's a long time to report somebody missing, and you murdered them already.
Right, but think about, like, with COVID going on during that time. I mean, honestly, it's possible they could have not reported them missing and strung this out a little longer, and it's possible nobody would have known for a while. There was something that somebody
jumped off, and I'm just trying to figure out what was
it. Yeah, because it was definitely something. And then oh my God, go back and when you watch that video, it will literally make you nauseous to hear they went missing from our yard. And oh my, and to now know
why, a lot of these are pre-planned. It's the obvious that I can't see how y'all just don't put it together. Summer Wells and the Cal City Boys are the same.
They
don't even have a body, and each person look for the child. MO number 1, MO number 2, falling off. Number 3, no recovery of the bodies. They are opposite sides of the globe, but they are eerily the same.
Right. I do agree. The one thing that really gets me about the summer, though, is that the parents immediately we know for a fact she was abducted. How do you know for a fact? Shit. You don't know shit. Because supposedly you weren't there, Dawn. But however, you're not going to find her. And that you never join a search anything. I don't know. It's a lot. But the same with the boys. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know. To get on camera and to do that, it's no wonder their eyes were roaming and looking behind them, Giselle and Jacqueline. You should have been paranoid as shit. It all makes sense now looking back at it. But that there was a reason. I hope that comes to light what that was. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But there's some sick human beings. I mean, and I am interested to know if the kids that partaked in this were their biological or the other that they had.
The ones that's probably close age to the children.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not that truly matters, but it's
more than likely they were bigger children that did it, because you're going to have some force.
Were their children older? Do you know?
Yes, they were.
Yeah. Yeah. No. That's a whole. I don't know. They're sick. They're so sick, and they deserve everything.
When you read the affidavit, which I read, it said in the affidavit that it was willfully done, as if and it says premeditated. So they planned that. Why they planned both, I don't know. I don't even think they killed them both on the same day, because one is like on the
I have a hard time believing that as well.
One's on the weekend of the 18th.
Do you know what the oldest age of any of their children were that they had?
I think he's like 11, something like that.
Okay, so I have an 11-year-old. I'm like literally trying to think how my 11-year-old that lives in my house every day.
Listen, you know damn well somebody that age can kill a damn 3-year-old. Come on. 11 and 3 is a big difference.
8.
You know a 3-year-old can't fight off an 11-year-old.
And I do agree with that, but and that's what makes me think that they truly had to happen at separate times, because there's no way that happened. 2 people. I mean, that's a lot. And I don't care.
We're not going to know anything until they reveal everything. But when you read the affidavit, those are the 2 different dates that they reveal information, but they black out the name. So that led me to believe the children were possibly killed at 2 separate times.
Mm-hmm.
Because it states September 11th, blah, 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 did this to blah, 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 blank, the name's blanked out. Then it goes on to say during the week of September, such and such, such and such, we believe that they did such and such, and then it's another blank.
Okay, see, I didn't remember that part. Okay, That makes sense. And I mean, it's not to say that they couldn't have gotten some sort of care for them after what happened, but they didn't. So they.
Why am I going to get care for you and I'm willingly killing you?
Right, but I'm saying like possibly whatever did happen that the child didn't technically end their life, but there was no care.
Logically, you can't explain. 2 children dying the same day, and you can't explain them dying a week or 2 apart, because it's illogical. That's why you know it's planned. They planned it.
That's
why in the affidavit it says premeditated. They obviously have information that it was planned to kill those boys.
And whomever these children are that did they completely ruined those kids' lives.
Yeah, because you got to pray these children are not going to succumb to any violent tendencies throughout their childhood. And that's a hell of a gamble when you're talking about murdering another child.
Right. That's
you have to pray. So one of the children don't grow up, or more, however many are involved, and have these tendencies.
Right, and that's kind of what I was meaning with the oldest Wells boys. Like, I feel like once you get to a certain age, it's kind of hard to, reteach certain things. But at the same time, it is good that they were able to, tell the truth, obviously, of what happened. That I don't know.
People tend to forget. You're still talking about children; they're not grown. So every child is not going to hold a lie. You may get one that can hold the lie, but you ain't gonna sit here and make me believe 3 other ones are gonna hold the lie. Because they're all different.
Yep, every time my child lies, I know. And he always says, "How do you know?" I always say, "You will never be smarter than me, son." Like, because he is like he's getting to the age, where
it's not 3 kids that are ranging from possibly near toddler age up till 9, 10. There's no way out of 4, one is not gonna tell what happened.
There's no way.
There's always going to be one that's going to tell it.
Right, and it's very possible the ones that didn't participate are the ones that told it, and that's how it all came out. I guess we won't know until the trial, the first day, that if it'll be public. Is that how that usually works?
Well, they got to do the grand jury. They got to do the jury selection, and then once they get the jury selection, both attorneys agree on the jury. Then you wait till the first day of trial, opening statements.
Yeah, I think the
July 25th is the start of trial.
I think the whoever the attorneys are will have to. They file something saying they don't want it publicized or whatever. But I pray it's not.
Yeah, well, they've been asking for a change of venue. Their attorneys.
To wait.
Yeah, well, it's not going to matter. You still killed the kids, so it doesn't matter if you go 2 towns over, 3 towns over. That's not going to take away from what you did to the kids.
No, and it's so sick that both of these idiots are still pleading non-guilty.
Yeah, I watched him in court the other day, and I meant to say something about that, but I forgot to say something. He looks straight ahead. There's no emotion. And with her, there's none either. She looks down a little bit, looking at the paperwork and stuff. But with him, there's not even that. He's just straight ahead.
Right. And I didn't see that. But before, by watching their first little 13-minute interview, I would have said she could have possibly have broke, because you could tell she's a little bit more emotional and unstable in that video. And maybe that's just, the hype of him having.
Because it's like anything. I can choose 2 months later to decide to pretend to call the police and bring a story. But repeating it and rehearsing it is 2 different things.
Yeah, not to mention you got biological family on the sideline.
You can go over the story 1,000 times in the mirror, pacing back and forth inside the house. But until you have to stand in front of somebody with an audience and give the rendition, it's totally different.
Yep.
That's why she's playing back and forth and saying stuff out of context, because she wasn't prepared.
In her yard.
People, people that are angry, that are mad, hissing and all that. It's not the same as being in my house and rehearsing it.
Nope.
This is messed up. Well, I'm going to check out of here.
Well, thank you. It's good to talk to you.
All right. Another long live. Oh, Lord.
I'm going to catch up on your other one in the morning.
I got to finish. I got like 30-something minutes left. Well, thank you for joining me, dear. You have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Okay, good night.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That's Brittany. Thank you all so much for joining me. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $ Big Angie 129, Cash App. Thank you for the donation, super chat, stickers. They're always welcome during the lives. Sorry, this one ran over long too. But anyway, this live was a part 2, an extension of the earlier live done yesterday. Where will the reward money go? Will it remain the same and get a new proprietor or stewardship? Will the money go back to the donors, or will the advocacy group organization get the money? When I get more information pertaining to the decision made in court, which I'm sure it'll probably be another month before we get a decision about the said money, I will bring you that said commentary with the source. Check out the earlier live done yesterday. It's a bit winded, so use your discretion in trying to chop up the information. But I want to thank my guests for joining me in both lives. God bless all of you. Please be safe this weekend. Stay hydrated. Stay cool. If you see something, say something. Try to be a part of the solution and not the problem. Mind the children. Each case is very, devastating. Cal City Boys and this Summer Wells disappearance. And when you chop up the information about both cases, they're eerily similar. They have the same dynamics inside of the information. It's obvious. Each parent taking a walk or run, pretending to look for the child. No bodies discovered. Just eerily same. Children going into foster care thereafter. Eerily the same. Each going a year in before any information is brought to light. Too much like the same. Prayers for Summer Wells and prayers for Cal City Boys. Thank you all so much for joining me. As I said, have a nice weekend. This is Everyday Shenanigans.